Good afternoon. We'll be starting very shortly. So regret delay and thanks for your patience.
Hello.
Mic check. Mic check. We'll start the session shortly.
Hello. Hello.
दिख रहा है
He arrived. Thanks for your patience. Seminar is on outcome of MEPC 79 that was held from 12th to 16 December at IMO London. As head of technical subcommittee of IMEI Mumbai branch, I, Sunil Kumar, welcome everyone here and also who are watching this seminar on Zoom as well as on YouTube. This seminar has been organized by Navi Mumbai chapter of IMEI Mumbai branch in association with Director General of Shipping. It is the continuation of tradition of IMEI in association with Director General of Shipping has always been sharing this outcome of MEPC with maritime fraternity. The objective of such seminar is to keep all the stakeholders abreast of the latest discussions and deliberations taking place at these sessions so that maritime fraternity is well aware of all the developments. Here we would like to welcome our chief guest, Sri Amitabh Kumarji, IRS and Director General of Shipping. At the helm of Directorate, Sri Amitabh Kumarji has made significant contributions and has demonstrated exceptional leadership and expertise. He has always been supporting the maritime fraternity by addressing the pressing issues of industry. I also take the opportunity to welcome Sri Ajit Kumar Sukumaranji, Chief Surveyor cum Additional DG, Engineering, who was the leader of Indian delegation at MEPC 79. Sri Ajit Kumar Sukumaranji. Now I may request Sri Amitabh Kumarji, who has always been a guiding light for the maritime fraternity, to address this August gathering. Let's have a huge round of applause for Sri Amitabh Kumarji.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, my apologies for this delay. MEPC has been one of the committees where India has been showing its presence for quite some time now. But we all know that the shipping industry is going through a journey, largely because of the regulations that are being coming into effect now, and the targets that IMO is setting for the maritime industry. Last 3 to 4 years, we have seen several transitions, and everyone sitting here knows that that is just the beginning of how the industry is to prepare itself for the next decade or next quarter of the century. With ballast water convention, sulfur regulation to GHG emission. These targets have, to an extent, galvanized the industry. It has forced the manufacturers, the researchers, the practitioners, the ship owners to experiment with not only new designs, new engines, new technology, new electronics, new information technology solutions, and new and innovative management practices. It is also forcing all of us to think in terms of future. There are certain positives because of this churning, and we are seeing more efficiency, more investment, in terms of not only design and make, management, but also in terms of makeover of the shore-based infrastructure to assist the shipping industry in achieving its targets. Before you start discussing MEPC, I thought, and I was requested, that we also discuss a little bit about what is happening in the Assembly and the Council, as it has direct bearing on what gets discussed in various committees, subcommittees, and working groups of IMO. The larger targets is known to us. Towards achieving the larger targets, we all know that IMO sets its 5-yearly strategic goals and largely discusses and debates issues based on the strategic goals that are determined by IMO. When the last 5-yearly strategic goals were discussed and determined, as a country, we had not completely understood the relevance and the role that we needed to play in determination of these 5-yearly strategic goals. But the narrative that IMO takes for its immediate future gets determined through these strategic goals. IMO is again discussing its next 5-yearly strategic goals from 2024 onwards. And personally, I feel that on this occasion, we should not be missing on the path that we want IMO to take in its immediate future. A working group has already been constituted, which has started working on the strategic goals. India has on the floor stated that it wants digitalization. And when we talk of digitalization, we don't only talk of digitalization of the ships. We talked of digitalization of the shore side, digitalization of the commercial aspects of shipping, and the collaboration that IMO needs to do with other UN specialized bodies like UNCTAD to ensure that end-to-end digitalization takes place in next 5 years, so that the goal of the shipping industry to move towards complete digitalization is achieved. It was emphasized that if we leave the commercial aspects, it was emphasized that if we leave the commercial aspects of digitalization, then many schemes, many goals that IMO has set for itself for just-in-time port call, autonomous vessels, and so on and so forth, would remain only half achieved. Another important aspect that we needed to consider was, of course, the human element. When the last strategic goals were being discussed, only a handful of countries, including India, spoke about the absence of any mention of human elements in the strategic goals of IMO. At that time, the ship-owning countries took the argument that human element is such an important element that every aspect of the strategic goals of IMO inherently contains the human element. However, the apprehension that a few of us had expressed in the beginning came true. And in the fourth year of the 5-year strategic goal, human element as one of the strategic goals was added by the Council, which obviously was too late because they lost 4 crucial years of planning human elements for the changes that is taking place in the maritime industry. Human element is again an issue which is very close to Indian maritime fraternity. And I would suggest that when we discuss and debate the strategic goals, we should see to it that the aspects of human element that needed to be included in the strategic goals find mention in the new strategic goals as well. I'm sure we will discuss in MEPC the market-based measures that is being discussed to achieve the IMO GHG targets. Personally, I am not a very big fan of market-based measures, as it somehow shows that as an industry, we are incapable of meeting the goals on its own, and that we need to buy something from the market instead of achieving things on our own. But the other aspect of market-based measure, that is to collect finances for meeting the expenditure, the proposed expenditure for the GHG target, is relevant, and that needs to be discussed and implemented in a way that it does not become a burden on the developing country. And when we are discussing such market-based measures, we should keep in mind our experience in IOPC funds. IOPC funds devised a scheme in which the burden of filling up the coffers of the fund were left on the importers. While initially India was not one of the biggest importers of oil, it should have been visualized at that point of time, given the growth trajectory, the requirements, the hunger for power for a country like India, that even before getting fully developed, India would be one of the large importers of oil. So despite the fact that our per capita income is still only marginally higher than the low-income countries, India ends up being the largest contributor for IOPC funds, because the burden of the fund has been very cleverly shifted from the rich ship-owning countries to the poor consuming countries. We have to be very careful when this market-based measure is now being discussed, that the burden of creating the fund should lie on those who are responsible for creating this mess to the environment in the last century or so. There is an understanding that the polluters would pay a majority of the contribution that would be required for greening of the planet, and there is no reason why the same model should not be replicated in the maritime industry. I understand that people present here may not have the expertise to devise this kind of market-based measure, which would be protecting the interest of the developing country. But there is no dearth of expertise outside this auditorium, and it would serve us well if we approach the experts outside the auditorium and come up with a proper policy for market-based measures that need to be adopted. And this policy should be our national policy for all sectors, including maritime. And because maritime is going is discussing these issues at a rate faster than other industries, maybe maritime industry will have to take leadership in devising this market-based measure. I'm very glad that a large number of people have assembled here today to discuss the outcome of MEPC 97. I'm sure the deliberations that will follow will be extremely useful for the Maritime Administration. And I hope that all those who have to represent the country in other committees would also be learning from these outcomes, and they would be applying some of the learnings from this outcome in the meetings that they would be attending or in the papers that they would be submitting to IMO in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for a fantastic delivery and also encouraging words for the team. Your guidance has always been immensely valuable for the industry. Now I may call upon Mr. Rajiv Nair, Chairman in Marco, and Mr. Sobit Kapoor from LR for the Green Shipping Conclave report. And request Sri Amitabh Kumarji to kindly release the book. Can I have a huge round of applause? Thank you so much, sirs. May I request all the dignitaries to take a seat in the audience because we'll have commencement of presentation. Okay, just a second. My apologies. Can I have the memento on the stage? Request Mr. VK Jain to present memento to Sri Amitabh Kumarji. Can I have a huge round of applause? Commence with the presentations now. So, thank you so much. Yes, yes. This is yours. Yes, yes. And then here, or you can use this also.
The center is okay.
Enter is also okay, or you can use that shifter.
Okay.
Either of it.
Okay, okay. Sorry.
This is- We have a presentation from Mr. Ajit Kumar Sukumaran. He will be setting the tone for the currently what you are having the seminar on outcome of MEPC 79. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Sukumaran.
Good evening to you all. I think I'm audible. Okay. Respected DG sir, other senior fraternity members, including my preceding leaders of delegation, Varodara Saab and Barik Saab sitting over there, other senior marine stalwarts of the industry, colleagues from DG Shipping, MMD, classification societies, shipping companies, training institutes, and other stakeholding institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, warm good evening to you all. On the way to the preparations for the MEPC a few months back, I had gone to DG personally with the proposal for the team for IMO delegation. So which is sent to the ministry. So in a government system, it's a tough call. It's a tough call, in fact, for any organizations to get the abroad delegations approved, due to various reasons, because there are several approvals also to come, whether it is administrative expenditure or political clearance also to come. So it is a cumbersome and tedious process, and I'm not sure the what could be the stand from the ministry. Particularly, there is an option for the hybrid representation also. But DG sir was very clear and very optimistic in his way. He was telling me. So Ajit, you put across that whatever sufficient representation you require for all the working groups or the technical groups and whatever you require, you put across a proposal with the proper justification. I will be personally following it up. So that was done. But towards the end, again, the queries from coming from here and there, and I was a bit confused what to do, because the outside delegation is also there. They also need to have their own arrangements to be made for the trip. So again, I approached DG. DG was clearly saying that don't worry, I have personally taken it up, and I'm talking to the secretary also, it will be done. So, and the rest is history. I was fortunate to lead one of the largest delegation to IMO. And the whole credit, in fact, goes to DG sir. Thank you, sir. And journey was also not so easy. See, around 110 papers for this session itself. Another around each equal number pushed from the other previous sessions because of the shortage of time from there. Another around 40 or 50 papers for YSWG. Somewhere around 200 to 250 papers directly or indirectly is being taken for discussion in MEPC 79. And all these are heavily loaded with the technical stuff. This needs to be assessed, this needs to be interpreted. The position has to be consolidated for the country. So the task was given to us, what do you call, the committee, the shadow committee, which was supporting the delegation for the preparations. In fact, I must put on record, it is not the people who represented there. More than that, the people who work behind the scene reserve the real uploads. Because when we were representing there, an equal or more number were completely continuously following the proceedings and giving enough feedback to us and support to us. And I must be failing in my duty if I do not mention the names of Sri Ian Bose, Sri S.M. Rai, Sri Chittadash, I don't know whether he's there. So Sri Professor O.P. Shah, 580. There are so many others and many youngsters like Venkat who are continuously following it up. Thank you very much. It was a team effort from our end. And definitely the effect of this was, I should proudly say, that was reflected on the floors of the IMO. I have been representing various IMO meetings maybe for the last 15 years or so. And MEPC itself, I must have done more than 10. But I must say that with great satisfaction, I must say that this was one of the MEPCs which was not only well represented, even well presented. Because if you're seeing each working group or each technical group, even the plenary, a majority of the decisions, I mean the discussions, were focusing around the India's position. During the final day, when we were discussing on informal chat, one of our friends from South Africa was telling me, so this time it was India-driven MEPC. This was a word exactly used. We could feel that because in many of the interventions, there were occasions the Secretary General himself was personally intervening to clarify the position to India. So that was the ism. Even I could also personally feel from my experience. See, when those who have been part of earlier IMO delegations must be also agree with me that we, during the intervals, during the breaks, we used to go to other delegations. Some of them it's approach, maybe the response may be very cold, or even if it is not negative. But this time I could see that even every break, the delegations from other countries were flowing to us, Indian delegation. So I must say with proudly, in earlier some of the meetings also, I have said what India would be looking for as a delegation, because each of us proudly believe that we represent we also have the representative face of 1.4 billion people, and we therefore have the right to be heard, that too loud and clear. And that was the real outcome of this MEPC 79. I must say that we have established a standard that you may agree or disagree with India, but you cannot neglect India. Now, coming to the topic of discussion today, I'm not going to make a speech over here because so many technical experts are going to deliver it on the thing. So I do not touch upon anything on the merit of the discussion there. Even I don't go for a detailed presentation or something like that. But I think I should throw some light to the background preparation for MEPC or any IMO meetings from the directorate for that matter, because there is a reason. Today is the world is driven by social media. So social media posts also we cannot neglect. So I have been personally receiving so many messages, and you must also be seeing so many messages in the various social media platform. Some of them are suggestions, some of them are clarifications, some of them are questions, some of them are even charges, some of them to the extent of allegations even. So as a policy matter of a government official, I would not respond to such queries, but today the world is slightly different. Being a government official, we also have to see what is happening around us, including in the social media. So I would, in a way, to make a difference, I'll be touching upon certain frequently asked queries or the issues which are present to us. Some of them you may find it very ridiculous or may not be of art, but still these are the facts which are coming to us. I feel I should take this opportunity to clarify those points. So here I go. MEPC behind the screen. The first question I would say that why do we need IMO regulations? Those who are from the inclusive, closely associated with maritime matters must be wondering what kind of a question it is, because many of us have been living on these regulations. In fact, those who are at least from the sailing background must respectfully say that if you are safely alive, to great extent, it belongs to the IMO regulations also. So, but there will be questions on this, which have been come even from including the fraternity. Mainly the question is that when the ship owner makes so much of investment and the cargo owners make so much of valuable cargo carried by ships, and they employ their own people, why that they should be regulated from outside? They know what exactly they want for their ships, because they have the maximum stake at risk that considered to anybody else. So this is a logical question which has been asked. So I must say that this is not Just show me a right program.
Just do F5, sir.
Then you can
Shall I help you? You continue
Yeah.
with the presentation and we'll help you. This is slide equal to 1 or the first? This one? Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay, I'll go.
You have it again, and then this and this. Yeah. You just continue with the
Yeah, yeah,
presentation.
yeah, yeah.
I'll continue with this. I'll help you.
No. I just
That's okay.
just show me the first one.
I'll help you with this. You continue with this.
It's okay. I hope it is audible now. Okay. So let's just go in now. Okay. Yeah. So obviously it is, the nature of trade, which is it is operating beyond our geographical jurisdictions. See, what happens is that like any other industry, so whether it is even the Chernobyl, when they happened, they were telling that it happened in our territory, our people suffered. Why should the world worry about that? So similarly, even any entrepreneur also can say that it is happening in my premises. What else is the problem? I am the sufferer. I am the end loser. But the problem with the shipping is that your ships do not operate only in your premises. It operates in an environment which belongs to the generations to come. So it is an objective, or it is a responsibility of the society to take adequate measures such activities do not affect the environment also. Then it is a complex nature of the industry. You must be knowing when we are talking about the classic incidents like Erika or Prestige, we must be knowing a ship owned by registered owner from Liberia, the beneficiary owner from Japan, managed by a company in Hong Kong, manned by Indians, insured with a British company, chartered with a Russian firm, carrying cargo from Baltic to Singapore, and meets with an accident in Spain, and the entire Europe gets shocked. Where do we start? Where do we end? Similarly, the high-risk nature of the industry, when we are talking about even the LNG carriers of today, that if you if you see the energy content of it in gigatons, even the normal LNG carrier of 125 cubic, if you can say that around 55 times of Hiroshima bomb. So think about the Qatar class, which is around 160 to 170 also to cubics, million cubics, the kind of risk involved. So finally, it is a high risk industry. At the same time, it's a capital intensive industry, and also the backbone of the global trade. So we need to have some kind of sustainability for this industry, ensure some kind of sustainability for the industry. For that, we need to have a platform where the entrepreneurs or the investors can safely do it, so that unhealthy competitions are also not there. In effect, the IMO regulations are necessary for any global industry with a typical nature of shipping. Second. Where is the again? I think Slide 2 is not there. Before that, before that, before that. No. No, slide is not there. No, slide 2 was there. Anyway. Anyway, yes. Okay. Three, just 3. Anyway, so now again, because of some slides are missing, it seems. Sorry, there is a question always being asked: why is MEPC so relevant today? So DG Sabar also has mentioned it is because of its climate emergencies, definitely. Then the kind of technical impacts the IMO, the MEPC convention or MEPC regulations are having on the ships. I think no other committee or no other decisions from any other committee had such kind of technical complexities and technical impact on the ship operations as it is from the MEPC. Then the MEPC is no more a technical committee alone. If so, we used to believe so, but today it is not like that. It is also an organization which is getting into the financial details, social angle, and even the political angle. And above all, it gives us a tremendous amount of opportunities as well. A classic example has been the Ballast Water Management Convention. So when the convention came into force, so around 50,000 ships had to be retrofitted with ballast water treatment equipments. Use expense could be varying from 0.5 to several millions. So it was a $1 billion industry. Of course, India perhaps missed, but it gives an opportunity. Similarly, the kind of fund proposals today before the MEPC is phenomenal. So even from the $2 per ton of fuel, with the taxation, if it is coming, the kind of money it is going to be generated is something marvelous. On the other hand, certain ship owning companies like Maersk is projecting around $300 to $400 per taxation on each ton of fuel. So whatever be the case, we need money for the kind of decarbonization target which is fixed, being projected, and definitely MEPC is going to be one of the forum which is going to devise such financial mechanisms. So what are IMO strategies? IMO strategies are the framework under which the regulations are being framed. Particularly, MEPC has got a specific strategy for greenhouse gas emission controls. The initial strategy came into force in 2018. It was in a 5-year term. It was to complete in 2023. And the next 5-year term is under revision now. The revision strategy is of very critical because the revised strategy is going to decide what kind of measures are going to be adopted for emission control. So we know that the impact of the technical and operational measures which have already taken place, which will be strengthened based on what kind of ambition which we are going to set. So as of now, the initial strategy has set a 50% reduction by 2050. But the huge demand is from all the countries to make it net zero, or at least if not the complete zero, at least net zero by 2050. Such ambitions will naturally make the stringent regulations to achieve the same. So it will have the huge impact on our ship, technical, operational, as well as the commercial matters. The strategies definitely include the guiding principle, which Sir was telling. There are fundamental principles on which the international climate change negotiations take place. So that also to be undertaken. Even the economic measures or the market-based measures or the economic elements which they call today, how it is going to be devised and what are the framework, what are the strategies to be adopted is decided through the strategies. Then there will be an impact assessment. Whatever we have argued upon in the IMO forum was that you are coming up with the regulations after regulations, but how it is impacting the developing state particularly. So this kind of regulation, what kind of long-term impact is going to be there? So that needs to be addressed and corrected. So IMO today agrees on that principle also. The draft, the strategies is fortunately including mostly these strategy, these concerns of the developing countries as well. Now, then we are saying that how India's emission control policies are evolved. So several times it has been posed to us that whether it is arbitrarily taken by the shadow committee or those who are attending MEPC, absolutely no. We have got a national climate change policies, which is in fact monitored from the PMO's office itself. So we are one of the vocal members of UNFCCC and its conference of parties, and we have the definite country commitments over there. And we also have nationally determined contribution to be reported to the UNFCCC every year. So no sector, whether it is shipping or otherwise, cannot have a standalone policy which is not aligned with the national policies. So whatever positions which we take in IMO, we develop when the papers or whatever is there, these parameters with national framework is always taken care of. It is never, we never cross the borders because we know what is the policies of the government. Coming to the maritime sector itself, the Maritime India 2030, we also has developed a national action plan for the emission control and other strategies. In fact, the DG's interview on this was widely circulated in IMO platforms on the national action plan. So, there was an impression in many that the positions or the strategies which is taken in the MEPC forums are just without any consultation. It is not like that. We have extensive system of the stakeholder consultations. Firstly, the shadow committee has got a representation of around 30 members representing various organizations, various technical organizations you must be knowing. So we very well take the feedback through them. Number two, the agenda for the items along with the brief note is always circulated on our website itself for seeking comments. In fact, the 78 of which one when you are published, we could not even get even a single comment from any of the entities. We also have the stakeholder pre-session stakeholder consultation meeting. It was last time it was conducted online and it was participated from various ministries as well. So also we circulate our papers to various ministries to get their inputs and then only we finalize. In fact, the last green shipping conclave, which was taken just before the MEPC, the main objective was to consolidate and clarify our position for MEPC. In short, we do not take any position without due consultation with the stakeholders, and we are still open in future as well. Then the several questions we have been asked to ask that how can I participate in MEPC preparations? So definitely the agenda items are in the public domains. You can directly make your comments. Then there are organizations, as I mentioned, there are several professional organizations and other maritime related institutions through which you can make your comments and proposals. And we also have the several members from the various institutes in the committee. You can also make through your own institutes also. And the shadow committee also has got representation from various organizations. There are various means you can respond to IMO, and the most we need the younger generation to come forward to have more discussions on the towards the policy making. How do shadow committee work? That also has been taken. It has been arbitrarily taken or something. No. A shadow committee is formed with the stakeholder organization. We seek a representation from all the stakeholders. One. Number two, we also seek the right person to nomination from the professional bodies. We also seek the nominations from the academic institution. Then we also have a mechanism to get the subject experts. You know, the nature of the subjects are so complex. All may not be to catch up with the deliberation which is happening. So we also need the subject experts. That also is done. If anybody is interested in this group, you can also be of our committee. We can also work together. There was a question how the MEPC are drafted. See, when the one MEPC is completing, the agenda points are set. agenda points are set, and the committee invites a paper for various subjects or various topics which is going to be deliberated in the coming MEPC. So based on that, the member states are supposed to develop the papers. We generally have identified 4 areas of papers. One is the policy papers, which has to be vetted, thoroughly vetted. The points have to be deliberated at several stages. Then we have we also need the technical papers, which we can say that in the evolving technical fields, say for example, the technical papers which were submitted in Ballast Water Convention was well appreciated by the last MEPC. Then we also have the platform for information papers. I think particularly the institutes or organizations which undertake research, development, or any other activities, it is a forum internationally to present our views and our what we are actually doing. So the information papers are also very important. Then finally, we also look forward for the concept papers. Concept papers means some kind of revolutionary thoughts which you can present to them. It may not be accepted, may not be accepted, but it will create some kind of discussions, some kind of different thought processes towards the various activities. And hence, concept papers are also very much essential, the part of any MEPC paper combinations. So finally, when I end, looking forward, yes, DG Shipping has formed a dedicated IMO cell at the DGS now. So we are looking forward to how it is going to be evolved. Then we are on the process of having a green shipping policy. We also have a center of excellence established. So there will be several inputs which are coming from future meetings. But is it enough? I feel it is not enough, because we need to have an institutional approach to IMO meetings. Because today the papers are said that it is being vetted by a group of people or the subgroup of committee members. But it has to go much beyond that. It has to come, the inputs have to come from an institutional manner. Some kind of stage by staging or stage by stage vetting also is necessary for such papers. Similarly, the online platform, Vikrant is working on that. The deliberations how far we can make it online. These papers can be made online, and the stakeholders also can submit their views through online platforms. I'm ending it. So I think 3 or 4 slides have been missed in between. But whatever said and done, it is not an individual effort. It is not a group effort. It is a participatory effort for all. So when the last concluding one interactive meeting was there with the secretary was making a point, shipping was making a point. So he asked me, what about your strategies? We said the strategies are under development and it is going to come from the IMO. The question from him is different. He is telling that how you are going to put across your strategies so that IMO is governed by that. So that how you can influence the future regulations of the IMO through your own strategies. That is what is more important. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for setting the tone of testing.
Number of slides are missing. Huh? Number of slides are missing.
This completely.
Nine ideas.
15 or 15 for your presentation.
ये नहीं है ना?
There are 3 presentations. One is report, one is summary. Even I got
MEPC
confused.
79 report.
Yes, sir. So that's what.
Report. Okay.
ये वाला है.
है ना?
This one.
So a huge round of applause for Mr. Vikrant Rai.
Thank you, Sunil. Honorable DG sir, respected CS sir, respected my S box, Mr. Barik, Mr. Marotra, my colleagues, seniors from industry, Mr. Ryan Bose, from whom we learned a lot, and other colleagues of the shadow committee and the wider industry. We have people coming up talking in depth about the various issues being deliberated at IIM. But I am here to give you a brief outline of what happened, what were the issues being raised at IMO. So I will go very slightly fast considering the time. And that is just a brief headline that our leader of delegation was respected Shri Ajit Kumaran sir. We have Indian delegation. DG sir has approved 10 people. Unfortunately, Mr. Mandaka Prasad could not go because of the passport. 9 people went. And we have a number of people attending from remotely, and they are helping us out. And there were 109 papers. Papers by secretariat were around 22. Information papers were 31, and Indian papers were 8 papers, which were all output demanding papers. And this time we had not submitted any information paper. Last MEPC 78, we had submitted 1 information paper on the survey of the single-use plastic prohibition we had carried out. So briefly, I will tell you the agenda and the number of papers under consideration. We have reduction of GHG emission from ship. India had 2 papers, one at MEPC 78 and one at MEPC 79. Because earlier meetings were only held in virtual mode, so it was only 3 hours meeting. So number of papers were transferred from those meetings to this meeting, which was held in hybrid mode. Harmful aquatic organisms in blast water convention, which is under an experience building phase. 5 papers we had submitted, 1 paper on air pollution prevention and energy efficiencies, and the other issues I have stated over there. There were working groups and the drafting groups and the technical groups I have stated over there. Drafting group was not in person because there was shortage of rooms. So it was held remotely. If somebody in IMO, they present there also have to attend that group, he has to go online to attend. So our people, Mr. N. Grish was attending that group from remotely. And Captain Khan was attending the technical group on designation of PSSA. Captain Khan, the director of IMU Kolkata, IMU Mumbai. And we have Blast Water Review Group. For Blast Water Review Group, the meeting went up to 10 o'clock in the night. And Mr. Mahesh Subramaniam was hard pressed up to come back to hotel at around 12 in the midnight. So we had given 2 papers on MEPC revised strategy. On 1 paper, we have changed the polluter pays principle on the basis of, we have stated that the ships which are having more emissions should be made to go net zero earlier than other ships, like container ships. Container ships are 26%, they emit 26% of the GHG emission and are 13% by dead weight. So we had stated in our paper, the ships which are emitting earlier, more per dead weight basis should go net zero earlier. The reason we gave was this will help building up of infrastructure for alternate fuels, and other ships may not be have to face problem. And moreover, container ships have very few owners. Hardly 10 big companies run container shipping, 85 to 90% of the container shipping. So
They can help build the infrastructure, and like bulk carriers, there are hundreds and thousands of owners, each owning 1 and 2 ships. They should not be made to suffer. Another one is related to level of ambition. We have stated that rather than revising the complete strategy, we should try to achieve first the target, like 5% fuel consumption by energy content by 2030 from alternate low carbon or zero carbon fuels. If we can achieve that, we can always scale up our strategy to achieve net zero whenever we want, whether it is 2050 or later. And then we have given revised procedures. We have given the intervention. Our people will talk more about it. Biofuel of LCA. We have demanded a carbon factor for the biofuel so that our industry can adopt biofuel and meet the CII regulations. And developments of marine fuel cycle. India is member of the this correspondence group, and we have actively participated. And there are 4 rounds already completed in this. Then route-based action or green corridor, it became a part of the this guidance note or the recommendations from IMO for National Action Plan for green shipping and for dialogue between port and shipping for reducing GHG emissions from ships. Later on, the group will deliberate further on what is the green corridor and how it is adopted. Midterm measures are we know that the initial strategy has stated some midterm measures like carbon tax, market-based measures, and life cycle assessment of fuels, which are to be developed between 2023 and 30 and adopted. But that work plan has been revised now. They have to be adopted between 23 and 25, and there was a discussion on these midterm measures or basket of measures, which will be later explained in detail by one of the groups. At the CSR in his presentation has stated at the intervention of India, IMO Secretary General has stated to bring forward a paper on what they have done for the transfer of technology to developing countries. While adopting Chapter 4 of MARPOL Annex 6, IMO issued a resolution that they will create an expert group on transfer of technology, but nothing happened. So we have demanded a paper on that. What has IMO done regarding this transfer of technology to a developing country? And IMO Secretary General intervened and said in the next session, they will be presenting a paper. These are all under consideration. IMO revised strategy has not been adopted. Certain things has been decided and certain things are under discussion. Level of ambition and other things are under discussion. The impact assessment has been decided. The methodology to carry out the impact assessment. I will not go in detail and take and leave my other fellow committee members in respective group to deliberate on these issues. Though I've given a rough detail of what was under debate and what has not been decided. This has been approved, the impact assessment procedure. What is the difference between the last impact assessment procedure? What is the difference between the new revised procedure? Where India intervened? And what has led to certain changes? All this will come in the next session. But this is what I am trying to give you a brief. What has been adopted? This has new procedures have been adopted. Then form of ballast water. Our group has worked very hard. We have presented a number of papers on the ballast water record book. After 2017, when the convention came into force, a number of port state deficiencies have been noted in ballast water related to ballast water record book. India has identified those and prepared a revised form of ballast water record book. And our paper has taken a base paper to devise a new format for ballast water record book. And it has been adopted and circulated among member states for adoption at, accepted and for adoption at next committee meeting as per the articles of the MARPOL Convention. Then we have written another paper on guidance note, how to fill up the record book, which will be taken up at MEPC 80 due to time constraints. 2 papers we have written on the electronic ballast water record book. Again, that has been deferred and will be taken up. We have written on temporary storage of water or treated sewage in ballast tanks. The issue will be explained in detail later on, why it is an issue now. We have been doing that for years, but it has become an issue now. And the application of ballast water convention in challenging water qualities. Our group will be explaining what is challenging water qualities, what are the different terms we keep on hearing, BWE plus BWT in detail as we go forward. And what are the changes in the Ballast Water Convention? What are the uniform interpretation which has happened for with respect to survey, with respect to Ballast Water Convention? Then air pollution prevention. We have written a number of papers on air pollution convention. It has led to NOx NOx certification procedures for 30% biofuel. Now we wanted it to be extended beyond 30%. However, it has been decided that administration can take a call, and due to our paper presentation, we have now a procedure for certifying ships which plan to burn biofuel blended with fossil fuel oil, have more than 30% biofuels. And licensing scheme, in India, we are already approving having a mandatory licensing scheme for bunker supplier. This came up an issue, which will be discussed later on. Unified interpretation of regulation on the use of biofuels to include renewable fuel oils, synthetic oils, in fact, of non-biological origins. So this has also been included. It is basically e-fuel or e-diesel, and which will also be explained later on how it will help India in achieving our targets. Matters related to exhaust gas cleaning system. What are the matters being considered related to exhaust gas cleaning system? It has been deferred to PPR 14, that is in 2024. There are a number of countries who want to change the risk assessment procedure for discharging the exhaust gas scrubber water into sea. But it has been given to PPR subcommittee, and it will be taken up in 2024. Same goes with black carbon emission. There is a lot of NGOs which are asking IMO to ban black carbon. But previously they used to state that the new low sulfur fuel contains a lot of asphaltenes and aromatic compounds. And later on an ISO report proved them wrong, that it does not contain so much of aromatic and does not lead to and because of aromatics, it does not result in black carbon. But now they are again pressing IMO to ban use of heavy oil near Arctic. It will be taken up in 2023, next PPR. Then again, there are amendments to MARPOL Annex 6, unified interpretations, revised guidelines on energy efficiency design index, ethane's carbon factor has been defined. Other things which multiple load lines, how to take into cognizant the multiple load line in EDI and EXI and CII calculation, all will be discussed in a group chat later. Then energy efficiencies of ships. India had put up a paper regarding the gas carrier. Now earlier when MARPOL chapter 4 came into force, there was no definition of LNG carriers in the chapter 4 of MARPOL. And gas carriers, the baseline was used to calculate the EEDI for the LNG ships. And they could not meet that, so there later on a correction factor was introduced. Now again, IMO has given a definition of the LNG carriers. So it has led to some clarification from IMO what to do. So it will be also explained next this thing. And these are the adopted amendments to MARPOL which has happened. Now garbage record book will be mandatory from 1st May 2024 on all ships of 100 GT and above. BDN should have a flashpoint and other things which are come. My shadow committee colleague, Mr. N. Grish, will be taking later on. And designation, it's a particularly sensitive sea area. Mediterranean Sea has been designated as a particularly sensitive sea areas. Particularly sensitive sea areas cannot impose any additional requirements. They can also only do routing or speed limiting or of the ships. They cannot ask you not to pump out oil with 5 ppm content only. So they have a limited scope for this thing. So this has been done to speed limit and all to protect the underwater species like cetaceans. So that has been, so what the measures they will adopt will come up up at NCSR subcommittee. And to-do list, our shadow committee has decided that these are the papers we are going to present. We have been told to present a resolution for carbon factor of biofuel by IMO. And many member states have approached us, and we will be working with them to produce draft a resolution on biofuels carbon factor. And IMO initial GSG revision, what is our thinking? Our thought process on the will be a paper. Again, a paper we are developing. Paper on mandatory licensing scheme. We are collecting data from worldwide. We have written to many shipping companies to tell us what are the variations in the quality of bunker fuel supplied at various ports across world, and compared to India and Singapore, where there is a mandatory bunker licensing scheme, so that we can give a data back paper to IMO to make it mandatory. Then we are requesting our National Center of Excellence for Green Shipping to give us a what can be a market-based measure suitable for India. You must be amazed to know that 60% of all goods loaded and 70% of all goods discharged are in developing countries. And the ship owning is more than 70% is by white developed world. Now, any market-based measure which is giving only benefit to the ship owner is not a favorable situation for India. India, we have done a calculation, only 125 Indian ships are foreign going. Rest all are working either in cabotage trade in India or otherwise. But we are having more than 40,000 vessel visits. If the benefit is only given to ship owners, we will be losing out, because all the benefit will go to ship owner. It will not come to India, which is having a large quantity of exempt trade. As DG sir has rightly said, we have to rethink our strategy and devise a methodology which help not only our ship owners who are operating abroad, but also help our exempt trade. How we can keep, can it lead to supply chain line changes, modulation of the supply lines? All these things we are trying to present a paper, put up a background work to give it to National Center of Green Excellence for doing a mathematical study in this respect for us. And just an equitable transition, my respected Shri Bose will be deliberating what is debating on this in the later session. I think he's the apt person to deliberate on this. And then there is a concrete proposal on guidance for ships encountering challenging water. We are trying to prepare a paper on it also. We have not decided whom we will take co-sponsorship. And we have already prepared a paper on this guidelines. If you are bypassing EXI limits, what procedures you will be used, what reporting methodology you will be doing. The paper has already been done. We have sent it to France for co-sponsorship. And let us see, we will be sending it to other like Japan also later on. And inclusion of carbon capture, we are also working, how will we include carbon capture in EXI and EEDI calculation. So these are the preliminary list of paper. We have already started working, our team, our shadow committee members. And if anybody has any good idea to give it to us, as CS sir said, we will most welcome. We welcome it so that we can have one or more idea to present at IMO. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It was really a detailed one, and I'm sure people have benefited from this presentation. Now I'll call upon Sri As Mohammed, Deputy DG, on the stage for his presentation. Welcome, Sri As Mohammed.
Technical issue, I will not make any presentation. I will just speak. I have been assigned yesterday only. Respected DG sir, Chairman IMEI, Chairman Navi Mumbai and Mumbai chapters, all the dignitaries. I have been assigned this task yesterday only to brief this esteemed audience about a new initiative in the directorate about creation of strategic direction cell in the DG shipping by our esteemed DG sir. This is a new initiative to accelerate and to coordinate all the IMO efforts, all work related to IMO Council, the committees, the subcommittees, all the working groups, the drafting groups, and whatever we have in the IMO. And it has initiated from our maritime agenda. I'll just briefly explain what is the new initiative and what we will do and how we will do, and we will take how we will take that IMO issues forward. Maritime India Vision 2030 has been developed with an objective of propelling India to forefront of the global maritime sector, as we all know that it was released last year by our Honorable Prime Minister. And we also know that the maritime industry across the globe is in transforming stage. We are shifting from the fossil fuel to the green shipping, and we are shifting to the old technology to the new technologies. We are shifting from the old training mechanism to the new training mechanism. We are shifting from the old skill methods to the new skill enhancement methods. And for all these efforts, we require accurate and coordinated efforts with the IMO, so that whatever is being discussed, what is being proposed at the IMO is taken forward in the directorate, taken forward in the industry and throughout the country. So keeping in that the task in mind, DG Shipping has constituted a strategic direction cell in the directorate, and that cell will have three components. Broadly, we will call it strategic direction cell, and it will have three components, and each component will be assigned different tasks. I will briefly explain what this cell is and what are the three different components of this cell. The first component will be green shipping cell. Means one strategic direction cell, and there will be three subcell: green shipping cell, the digitalization cell, and the IMO cell. So first, I will briefly explain what is the green shipping cell. The green shipping cell will focus on timely development of administrative and regulatory initiatives from the directorate that inform, shape, and support the strategic decisions confronting the industry, particularly when environment is characterized by a high level of volatility, complexity, ambiguity, as we all are observing today. The cell will help the maritime industry, the directorate, all the shipping sector to eliminate the GHG emission in line with the India's NDCs, in which we are committed to UNFCCC for coastal shipping and IMO strategy for international shipping and ensuring sustainability in blue economy. But how it will be done? What we have envisaged, what this cell, how it will proceed, what it will do. It will be assisting in accelerating the deployment of scalable low carbon technologies through discussion, through papers, through seminars, through some kind of efforts by the industry as well as by the directorate, so that something on the technology transfer or something on the green shipping is taken up to the IMO, and it is discussed at IMO, and whatever is being decided, we are part to that decision, we are part to that documentation, paper, guideline, or the circular, or the resolution, whatever form it takes. Then the cell will assist in lowering the adaptation barrier of the low fuel, or we can say zero carbon fuel technologies, by closing the gaps in infrastructure, safety, operation, and financing. Then it will also assist in developing blue economy goals for Indian shipping, as well as removal of use of plastic. We have already banned some single-use plastic a few years back. Reduced waste generation on ships, availability of port reception facilities, we are drafting the rules. Similarly, risk assessments on ballast water management. And how it will be done? It will be done by identifying the inefficiencies in operation at ports, in the shipping companies, charterers, or all the stakeholder, wherever it is, whether function is to be performed by the directorate, whether function is to be performed by the industry, by a shipping company or a ship, whosoever it is, the gap has to be identified. And this cell, the green shipping cell under the strategic direction cell, will assist the directorate and the industry as a whole to take all the green shipping matters, all the discussions forward, so that we can draft some papers, we can present our thinking to the IMO, and we can take the issues forward. And the new issues which are coming at IMO, we take to the industry like this and discuss, and then come up with some documentation, and then again go to the IMO for a discussion. So this will be the strategic direction part 1, which is green shipping cell. Then second will be the digitalization cell. It will assist keeping in track the global digitalization trend in shipping, including mass, and developing suitable strategies, identifying developing sources for data collection required to meet the objective of the directorate, MMD, the IMO circulars, or the requirement of the ports when the vessel is visiting ports, whether it is our vessel or a foreign vessel. Then monitoring and preparing reports based on the data, means analysis of the data. If we have the digitalization in place, we can analyze the data and we can use the data for the common good of the shipping industry. Then conforming to India's submission of the IMO, there is a requirement to update and I will not say regulate, to update the information which is available on the GSIS. Because GSIS information, mostly we see that administration officers are having the access and we know all the details, but it has to be time to time updated, not only by those who are regulating at IMO, but us also. If we have some new addition, deletion, or whatever, we have to update the GSIS information. So this cell will monitor all the digitalized issues, what are to be digitalized, what are the benefit, what to be done in future, and how we can take the digitalization at the level of IMO so that we can say that yes, India has digitalized all the issues or the major issues at least which are concerning the shipping. Then third, sir, will be the IMO cell. The IMO cell will broadly study how the adequate representation and the presentation, what abhi CS sir ne bola, bahut achhe shabd bole. He said not only the representation but the presentation. So what we have to present at the IMO, we have to study and we have to have a structured mechanism by which we can discuss the issues which are coming at IMO. We can frame the issues which needs to be taken to IMO, because nowadays we need to be proactive. It is not only that if agenda is there, we will give our submission. No, we have to be agenda setter. But DG sir always said that we have to be agenda setter. We have to set agenda. We have to set some targets. Like in last council on digitalization and all strategic directions, DG sir has made intervention in the IMO. So this IMO cell will coordinate all those efforts which are related to the International Maritime Organization, which are related to the presentation of India to the IMO through the papers or through discussions or through intervention at the floor. So this cell, and the thing which I want to emphasize here is that the cell will not only be having the officers from the directorate. We will have representation from the industry, because MEPC is the classic example, sir. Beautifully, this time it has done very well. Coordinated I think 8 or 9 papers with the support of the industry, with the discussions in-house, outside the industry, in the directorate, outside the directorate. So that effort has to be taken forward. It should not stop only at MEPC. It should go to all the committees. It should go to all the working groups. If there is some working group which needs collaboration from the industry, inputs from the CMMI or the INSA or our classes, RO and all, everything should be at same platform, and we should present a document which can be taken up to the level of IMO. Because if you are taking something to IMO, it has to be of certain quality, and quality can come if your inputs are there. If we are only drafting, yes, we can draft. There is no issue. We have the officers, we have everything. But you are in the operation. You are using the services. You are the user of the services of the industry. You are user of the regulations, guidelines, and everything. And you are the best experience giver. You can suggest to the directorate, to the DG shipping, that these are the issues to be taken forward. These are to be improved. These are the areas to be taken to IMO. These are the areas in which we have to intervene, or we have to present some papers, so that IMO cell will work how to present. Representation will be there. Representation DG will take care there. Who should go? MEPC, we have this time a large delegation only because of DG's intervention, and ministry has approved without a single amendment. So representation will be taken care of from the industry, from the directorate and all the stakeholders, but presentation is important. We have to present the country's aim, objectives, what are ambitions of the country from the shipping, from the IMO. We have to take it forward to the International Maritime Organization, and we have to raise our voice. So these are basically 3 cells in the broad heading of strategic direction cell: the green shipping cell, digitalization cell, and the IMO cell. And purpose ek hi hai, presentation. How to present, how to raise the voice, how to be part of the agenda setting. It is not only reacting to the agenda. So this was the task given to me to make the industry aware that we have taken this initiative and we have created a cell. It is just order has been issued. DG has issued an order 21 of 2022, and we will give it a shape in little more time. And it will be as structured as we have the MEPC. Similar structure has to be followed in the MSc and in all other committees and subcommittees. And I'm sure that with the assistance of the industry, we will take all the issues which are concerning the India to the IMO and to such a level that our voice will be heard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sri S. Mohammed ji. May I call upon President IMEI, Sri VK Jain, to come and present memento to Sri S. Mohammed.
Sir, I have an MNLU class at 5:30. Although my DG is there, I should not go, but I will seek DG's concurrence to leave after the tea break. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now we'll have a small tea break and we'll resume thereafter.
Hello.
May I request all guests to be seated? We'll be starting the panel session shortly. All distinguished guests will be starting our panel discussion shortly. And for the panel discussions, I would like to invite Mr. S.M. Rai as the moderator for the sessions. Let me introduce Mr. Rai. He's been a senior graduate marine engineer and a past chairman of Mumbai branch with a wide number of years of experience to have represented India at the IMO sessions. So I would like to invite Mr. S.M. Rai, who's a very well-known personality in the Indian shipping fraternity. Please give him a very warm welcome. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We had a lovely session before tea today, where I must compliment our Chief Surveyor, Sri Sukumaran, and Mr. Vikrant Rai, who covered most of the issues of MEPC 79. A special word of thanks to both of them for driving the shadow committee this time and not sparing them. I've been associated with IMO committees for several years now, but it was only this time I felt that indeed Indian has made a big mark. And thanks again to the DG's team who literally drew us to present record number of papers this time. I'm also happy when watching India made a very good impression and impact this time at IMO, and record number of papers were well received. So without taking more time, I will move on to the topics which were covered and been assigned. As just recall, IMO became aware about air pollution sometime only from 1980 onwards. Before that, including when I was sailing, we were only worried about oil pollution. But air pollution came into being, and it was only in 2005 that a new Annex 6 was introduced and adopted. To discuss on this air pollution prevention and energy efficiency, what we debated at IMO, I will invite our team members, Mr. J. Das Gupta, President of Institute of Naval Architects, Mr. Venkat from Anglo-Eastern Shipping, Mr. Devrup Kabi from Indian Register of Shipping, and Mr. C. Gopi Krishna from the Directorate to kindly come on the dais and be here. So due constraint of the time, I will request if you can be little brief in answering and be pointed because we are already running later time. So I will start with sir, what are the key papers India presented this time and what has been the outcome? I mean, you take a call who will decide among yourself because I know this time at IMO it was more a team effort than individual.
Thank you very much. So, I would request Mr. Gopi Krishna to address this because.
Please, please.
Good evening to all. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to us. First of all, let me tell my experience, and later on I will go to your questions. It was a great learning experience and enriching experience for me. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank our respected DG sir and our respected CS sir, who has been leading us from the front. He has been inspiring, not only here, and I had the opportunity to be along with him 24/7. So the whole week I was there along with him. And in spite of his ill health, he was pushing hard himself and then trying to be a motivational leader. That is what the inspiring leader does. So I have been throughout with him. Please give a big round of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir. And my fellow colleagues who have been, guiding me throughout. So definitely it is a learning experience for me. So coming to your question, sir. So this air pollution and air pollution prevention and energy efficiency, the topic was a very wide topic. And I had to do a lot of paper study. After coming out from the office, coming back from the office every day to read all those papers, and then all our experts giving their best of them to put a lot of debatable questions, and then I used to listen to all those things and try to find what is the what they are talking about, where we are standing, okay, so that we give a good presentation in IMO, especially the committee which we are representing. So the responsibility is much on our shoulders. So the group one, as far as the group one is concerned, so we have submitted one paper in this session that was 79/5/2, if I'm not wrong. So that paper we have proposed the simplified measurement method for measurement of data collection. So for the biofuel blends with our experience, so we have suggested that paper, we have proposed that paper. So that is one paper, and we had two other papers in biofuels. That one was from the MEPC 76. MEPC 76 paper, that was biofuel blend with our experience, with our existing engines. So that was the first paper submitted in 76. Thereafter in 78, we have submitted one paper on interim guidelines for biofuels derived from the crops and waste biomass. So all these three papers came together in this session. So biofuels, we had three papers. Out of 9 papers submitted by the whole, member states, 3 of our papers have got the representation. That means you will understand how much, efforts India has taken. So 3 out of 9 papers, I was having a feeling as if like I am playing in a World Cup, The papers presented in the biofuels. One paper was from Brazil, one paper was from Canada, one paper was from Denmark, one paper was from Korea, and then one paper from Ajax, and one from India, and the previous papers from India. So therefore 9 papers. So almost we are the non-football playing country playing there. So it was a fantastic experience for us. So we have been motivated. We have been Argentina. Argentina is always praising us, as you are aware. Many of our colleagues many of the countries, they were coming close to us and asking about India. What is our stand? Then we understood. Okay, what a representation India has made. What an impression they have made in the global arena. So therefore, lot of responsibility is there to take us ahead. We have to take this ahead a long way. So therefore, we will not lose this momentum. And this is what our feeling is. And therefore, biofuel also, as like ballast water management, biofuel also is intruding and making a pathway in the global arena. These are and one more paper, I have forgotten to mention one more paper, that was on EEDI. That was the 2008, we have proposed amendment to the 2018 guidelines. 2018 guidelines on the attained EEDI, for new ships. So these were the 4 papers which we have presented in our group.
Yeah, thank you so much,
Thank you,
Mr. Gopi Krishna. I mean, giving us the brief about the presentation and deliberation that India took at IMO. Now, I know the industry globally is dealing with SOx and NOx emission for a few years now, but introduction of biofuels is very recent. And I'm sure you all will be happy to know that India has also taken lead into this, and we are operating some ships on biofuels. And Indian Register of Shipping, I think, has done a lot of tests and trials on biofuels. My question, next one is to this. Okay, existing ship, if using blended biofuels, and if the biofuels are whether B20 or B30 or less, what effect it has on NOx certification?
I think that there's been a lot of work done. A lot of work has been done by Mr. Kabi, and so I would request Mr. Kabi to.
Good evening, sirs. Actually, this question pertained to a unified interpretation in form of a circular. This circular was, this was approved last MEPC. The circular number is 795, MEPC 1795. Okay. And if I deliberate on that circular, it divides biofuel into two categories. One is blend below 30% and blend above 30%.
Kabi, was it true that B30 was?
B30 is the blend percentage of 30%. I mean,
what I'm saying, was it told that it should be treated on line with fossil fuels?
Sir, MARPOL regulation 18.3.1 and 3.2. It differentiates what is fossil and non-fossil. What is fossil fuel derived from petroleum products, and 18.3.2 fossil fuel derived from non-petroleum products. So it is considered less than 30 is considered 18.3.1. This is derived from petroleum products.
This is what I said.
Correct.
There is some about biofuels also B30 to be treated in line with fossil fuels.
Correct, sir.
But can you also tell me that NOx certification for synthetic fuels have been adopted this time? Please also let us know what is synthetic fuel you mean by, because synthetic fuel can
Sir,
be...
this was a paper by Euromot. The paper number was 797/9, I suppose. Yeah. So they wanted that synthetic oil to be put in line with that circular for biofuel blend till B30. It has to be similar to B30 because their contention was it is a pure form of fuel, much purer than biofuel, synthetic.
How you think it will impact India or Indian shipping in general?
Before that, sir, I'll just tell you what exactly is synthetic fuel. That because a lot of deliberation on the definition itself. What is a synthetic fuel?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. So this is this definition that finally it was like taken from ISO standard, which is 8217/2017. There's a clear-cut definition for synthetic fuel. Where they defined it is either it is a synthetic or renewable, source. It has to be from synthetic or renewable source, having properties like petroleum distillate fuel. So basically, it is a petroleum distillate fuel properties, but it has to be from a renewable source. Like I can give you an example, e-diesel. E-diesel is sort of a synthetic fuel. Okay, sir. The next question, we'll come to that question right. Yeah.
Sir, India has presented last time a paper for NOx certification of biofuels. So it was accepted that up to 30% of blend can be used, blended biofuel with fossil fuel can be used in diesel engine if there is no change in the NOx technical settings, which is there in the technical file. And there was no decision on the blends which are above 30%. So we gave a paper that above 30% blends, we gave a procedure for NOx certification of the fuel or fossil fuel with above 30% biofuel. It was decided to include the same in the long-term plan of IMO to when they are going to change the NOx technical code completely to include all the alternate fuels. Now they said administration can decide. So we now have a procedure for NOx certification of blends beyond 30%. Regarding RBFNO, it's a renewable fuel of non-biological origin. That means you have to capture carbon from air. You cannot use it's not a biofuel. And in India, there are a lot of biofuel, e-fuels are being envisaged to be manufactured by I met Jindal. They are going to manufacture e-fuels, e-diesels. So once these are manufactured and they are included in our NOx technical code certification, then over a period of time, our existing ships, they can act like a drop-in fuel for our existing ship, which can reduce the carbon footprints also, and also can be used without any modification to the ship. That is the whole this thing. So there was a paper by Euromot which said that in lines with the biofuel up to 30%, you should also accept e-fuels. E-fuels, they capture carbon from air, use some processes to manufacture from hydrogen, from electrolysis, to produce a long carbon chain just like diesel oil. And that is all exactly is the e-fuel, and it was accepted, and UI was changed to include also e-fuel with the definition of RBFNO. It's a renewable fuel of non-biological origin. Thank you.
Can you also tell me, in that case, do we are required to have a multiple NOx certification on ship?
No, sir, multiple NOx certification is not required. And it's a right question. We have not placed it there, but administration can give a certificate in line with the regulation 4, that is of alternate fuels.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Vikas sir, thank you. Thanks for the update. But I can tell you the output of that Euromot that was actually accepted. That means you can use synthetic fuel oil in line with your B30 blend. Okay, biofuel. This is almost, I mean, that was what was decided. Yeah.
Anyway, thank you so much. Do you think how it is going to impact Indian shipping?
Sir, just because I told, there are manufacturers. Okay, they have been producing e-diesel, e-methanol, e-ammonia, and all that. They are mostly e-diesel is a synthetic.
Availability in India?
Of course. And when they are started producing, and there's been promised that by 2025-26, these fuels will be made available, especially by Jindal. Okay, so now if this is coming into picture and this is a regulatory coming to regulatory framework to accept till 30% without NOx, assessment, it will have a tremendous benefit. I mean, it is just like a ready-to-use fuel with no changes on board, no changes to any machinery or anything on existing ships.
Anyway, thank you, Kavi. Yeah. I will now deviate to a little different topic other than biofuels about the supply of bunkers on board. For last few years, India is among the few countries in the world, Singapore is next door to us, who have some requirements and approval processes for bunker suppliers. This issue was also taken up this time at IMO. Can you just tell me that while we have adopted a licensing of bunker suppliers for years now, we propose this to be made mandatory this time at IMO. What was the reaction?
So you are quite right. I think Mr. Gopi sir, being administration, I think he can answer it well. Yeah.
Thanks for the question, sir. This mandatory certification scheme, there were 2 papers. One paper was an information paper. Basically, that paper was from IBIA, Bunker Association, the International Bunker Association, and combined with BIMCO. So they have put up on paper, and in that paper, they have given the mandatory certification. I mean, how it is going to help the industry. They have taken a survey. Around 189 respondents have responded to this survey. And these groups, I mean, the regions, I mean, I'm not talking about the regions. I'm talking about the groups. One group is about the bunker suppliers. The other group is the brokers who are arranging for the bunkers. And the bunker receivers. Bunker receivers means the shipping companies, charters, operators. So they are known group. The other group, the fourth group is the insurers, the administration, everything. So these four groups are among these four groups, they have made a survey around 189 respondents. I mean, as I told you already. So in that survey, they have taken the inputs from all the area. The survey was carried out somewhere in February to March 2022, and they are given saying that mandatory certification system is for the bunkering will resolve the quantity and quality disputes. So therefore, we welcome that paper. We intervene that paper, and we propose that citing our own example of having a bunker mandatory certification. We are having a certification, mandatory certification. Based on that, we gave our inputs, and then successful. By that way, we have achieved successful implementation of global sulfur cap. We gave our experience to the international, member states, and we proposed that. But it was, they said, we will take up this in the long term. As of now, they have all emphasized, MEPC has emphasized as to take the circular MEPC 1-884 revision 1. So the latest revision, that revision they have, that is for the guidance for the member states and coastal states for the best practice of bunkering. So they have emphasized to take up the interested member states to take up that guidance, and based on that experience to put up papers for the future. So that is what present status is.
But that means no decision was taken, because I personally feel, and speaking on behalf of the seafarers, that an approved bunker supplier is there, then the responsibility on their shoulders is minimal, because there have been a lot of detention, etc., when bunkers were found below specifications, and invariably it was master and chief engineer on ship which were made responsible. And with that mind only, I know that Indian government few years ago said that the bunker supplier has to be registered. So at least they can pinpoint somebody that who was the supplier. So I'm not very, I'm convinced that the reason why
we have given our example, as well as we have given the example of Singapore as well. So how it is resolving all these quality and quantity disputes. So therefore we have taken up with the MEPC, and they have said that as of now, let it be voluntary. Later on, it will be taking place mandatory.
See, the regarding the mandatory licensing from the administration means the administration also is owning up to ensure that the quality bunker is provided in their arena. Because one side we are making regulations and say that this is the conditions to be done. And the ship owners who are visiting such ports suddenly take up some bunker, and they do not know from whom exactly to be taken also. So once it is taken, the entire burden comes on the ship owner, whether there is any defect happens and whether there is any other claims comes, it again prolongs like a legal battle. So that is what the objective of regarding the licensing of zone. It is not to control somebody. But at the same time, it's very interesting to note that why the IMO, the forum like IMO, even if you are seeing the MARPOL regulations also, there is a registry is required. Only thing that the license is not specified exactly. But the interesting part is that majority of the issues connected with the bunker bad quality bunker supply has happened in some of the specific developed countries only. So that is why they are not agreeing with the zone. So there are several politics connected with that. But I think it has to eventually come and it will come.
Right, sir. I just add up to sir what
I'll continue.
paper says.
Sir has given me the inputs, so I will take on that.
No,
Okay.
I'm only speaking on behalf of the
There were
seafarers.
geographical regions where this poor, bunker, poor quality of bunker has been noticed, whether it is compliant fuel, non-compliant fuel. Non-compliant means instead of 0.5, 0.51 up to 0.53, it is considered as compliant. If it goes beyond 0.53, then it is considered as non-compliant. And the geographical regions, if you are taking one of the papers submitted by ICS says that the USA, the developed countries like USA and Europe, the quality of bunker is not to the mark, and there has been reported that non-compliant fuel is much, much more than Southeast Asia or Middle East, and the Chinese or Korean or Japanese ports. So therefore, that is the reason, Sir said, that is the reason this proposal is not being accepted as of now. So when they are compliant to this, certainly this will be taken up by IMO also.
I'm sure, sir, it will help the seafarers who in the past have been subjected to a lot of hardships when bunkers were found below bunker, particularly during PSC inspections. So with that in mind, I think it is a good proposal, and I must compliment India that we have already taken a right direction, but we need to take it further at IMO. Sir, my next question, though I will talk more in the GHG reduction emission, but I particularly wanted to know, there was some agenda item about energy efficiency design index, phase 4. So what is the status, or was this discussed?
Sir, there were some submissions regarding the EDI phase 4, but at the same time, that was kept in abeyance because the life cycle assessment guidelines are still being prepared, and they will be approved in MEPC 80. So the overall consensus was to hold this until the time the life cycle guidelines are completed, because there were a number of submissions, like for example, moving forward, like in case of alternate fuels, EDI as it stands now, the EDI formula as it stands now is not the appropriate metric to measure the efficiency of the vessels burning alternate fuels, because they don't emit CO2. So keeping all those in mind, that's been kept in abeyance and will be taken up subsequently. Thank you.
So this is what I understand, that the proposal for phase 4 was deferred.
I'm just adding to what Mr. Venkat said. Until now, the EDI has been concentrating on the emission of CO2. On that basis, they were EDI as it is defined. So energy efficiency aspect has not been addressed. So there have been a number of submissions and discussions on how the EDI formulation should take place through different methods. Since it covers the entire gamut of different types of fuels and of different origin, including e-fuel, synthetic fuel, and the life cycle assessment of the biofuels hasn't happened. So that's the basic reason why it has been postponed at least until MEPC 80. MEPC 80 is going to be quite a watershed moment.
Yeah, thank you. And on the same subject, I'm into reduce and take advantage shaft generators. They were in the vogue way back in the 1980s and 90s when I was sailing, we had shaft generators. But in between, shaft generators were done away with. But now, because of this, I think shaft generators are being reintroduced. So what is going to be the impact of shaft generators?
Yes.
Has it found favor, sir?
Sir, there is a paper on that, but actually it is not impacting any calculation as such. This is just a clarification that has been made by IAX, and it has been duly clarified. That's all. If you talk about shaft generator, but if you talk of Sapoli EPL, that's a different question altogether.
No, just talking about it. Is the shaft generators coming back into being installed on ships?
See, the new propulsion devices are not the old type of shaft generators. They're energy produced and used by pod propulsions also. So there's a difference which is happening. So the concept of shaft generator as it happened and offtake from the energy produced, electrical energy produced, that is changing. So that's the reason why this Shapoli and limitation on the power limitation that is being addressed. It is also one of the background issues behind this.
Anyway, thank you so much. Actually, we just wanted to know what is future in store for us. So another one new topic I would say is the carbon capture. So can you elaborate what is carbon capture, what it means, and how we are going to achieve this?
Okay. For that, I think this has been under discussion for quite some time, and even India has come out with a policy paper on carbon capture, mainly addressing the land-based industries where it is being implemented. Now, if you're talking about carbon capture, if you see the basics of it, there are different stages. The first stage is the chemistry of it. If you burn diesel oil, then 100 kg of diesel oil produces approximately 225 kg of carbon dioxide. If you burn LNG, if it is lean LNG, then 100 kg of lean LNG will produce about 250 kgs of carbon dioxide. And if you burn rich LNG, then about 180 kgs of carbon dioxide. All this carbon dioxide which is emitted due to the power generation process, if that can be captured, then it can be recirculated back into the system. So the term is carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration. Since the entire cycle involves a carbon capture, so there's a technology part of carbon capture which is involved. There are various processes of carbon capture which are being investigated, and the technology readiness level of the different areas of methods of carbon capture, they have not reached the same level. So it is still under discussion. So therefore, the carbon capture, although there have been submissions, there were 2 submissions from China. There was 1 submission from Korea. There was a previous submission in 77, MEPC 77 from Korea. And also 1 submission from DNV. The DNV submission, they suggested that we should include carbon capture right now in the CII and EXI formulation. But since the carbon capture is very integrated with the sequestration and utilization, we cannot allow that to happen unless the entire life cycle part of it is addressed. So therefore, we said that, yes, let it be there. And we shall take it up subsequently again. And we agreed to the proposal of DNV to generate a work stream process for carbon capture across the whole world. So that is the situation where it is right now.
And Mr. Dalgupta, this is a very interesting topic of carbon capture.
Yes.
And I think we'll have to deliberate it further for the presentation.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you.
I have another issue related to this exhaust gas cleaning system, discharge emission factor. I think this was also projected and presented, but not deliberated. Can anyone give reason why it was not taken up, or what was the outcome?
So if you talk of discharge criteria, that was taken up actually. It was taken up, but it was taken up in the plenary. Okay, if you talk of that, there was 2 papers. One was a paper from Germany, where they want to define the discharge criteria. I mean, what conditions to take. Okay, they wanted to take the maximum, concentration level, whereas the other paper, they contradict those paper and they say it has to be an average concentration that you have to take for the calculation of discharge criteria. So that is where the contention was, and it was not decided. I mean, it was deferred to another NPC, and they want now submission of papers on that.
Okay, thank you, Kabi. So this issue is also then pending for the next MEPC.
Correct, sir.
Can I raise the last question then? This is also a little confusing to us. Boil off gas on LNG ships consumed, including gas sent to the gas consumer unit, is to be reported as fuel consumed in the IMO data collection system, how you react, and is it justified? Boil off gas to be reported.
Sir, it is already there in the regulation. Okay, what he says, it has to be reported if it is for propulsion and operational issues. Now they have defined it, what is operational issues. What they have defined if you are using it in boilers, if you are using boil of gas in a boiler, or if you are using for tank control, pressure control, in that case also you are burning off the boil off for controlling your tanks. So that is quite, I mean, if you see the background, the correspondence group, and if in 20-year flags they accepted as it is. They say, if you are not considering that for the tank pressure control also, then there is no point in, that means, because this is a single gas, this is a boil off. You're not using different gas or different method of control. This is a single gas, single fuel, which is being used for propulsion, boiler, and for tank control. So this has to be considered. That is what they're considering.
If you're reporting, that means it will be counted for CII?
It has to be. It is decided.
Yeah, I will talk in our last one, talk about emissions, what impact it will going to have on CII. Anyway, would you like to add anything which you feel we should be informing today? I have no more questions as far as the presentations were made.
Important thing that is going to touch upon. Please, that is on, actually, industry should know about this. There's the EDI, the revisions. The latest, that 3 revisions on regulation.
That is the SEAM plan. Yeah. This is regarding the SEAM 3 plans. So there were some unified interpretations that were approved. So one is regarding the statement of compliance. Okay. So one is regarding the statement of compliance. So the regulation comes into force from 1st of November. But when the statement of compliance is issued in 2023 for the 2022 IMO DCS data, then that is not yet, that will not have the CII in the statement of compliance. That is one thing that is, I think, related to regulation 8 of the MARPOL N6. Next is regarding the SEAM 3 plan itself. And for a vessel that is delivered in a particular year, then for the, it may be operated for a very short period, and that may skew the CII rating for that, maybe worse off. So to avoid that kind of situations, certain window period has been given. So if the vessel is delivered on or after 1st of October in that particular year, then even if she is the first implementation plan year is taken as the next year subsequent to that. But if it is delivered from 1st Jan till 30th of September, then the first implementation year is the year of delivery. So that is one. And second is, in case of a vessel changing flag or changing company or both during a year, then for that vessel, when the SEAM 3 plan is prepared, then the first year for the implementation plan is the year in which that has happened. And lastly, regarding the corrective action plan, like how much time a company has to set the plan in place and to attain the required CII. So in case a vessel is in a non-compliant rating in a particular year, for example, in 2023, a vessel is in a non-compliant rating, then that data is verified, and in 2024, the corrective action plan will be reviewed and approved, and the vessel needs to be in a compliant rating in 2025. So if the current year, the year Y, if she's in a non-compliant rating, then in the year Y+1, she needs to have the corrective action plan in place. And in the year Y+2, she has to be in a compliant rating. So those were also like included in the unified interpretations.
Thank you, Venkat. Thank you so much. Before we conclude, can I ask you one question? Last one. What you propose to present for MEPC 80? Have you made any plan what papers you will be writing on behalf of India?
I will answer this question, sir. Already, our colleague, Mr. Vikrant Rai, has already given the plan to do. Already has given to. As far as this air pollution prevention is concerned, we will be able to say that. So we are, as we have discussed, mandatory certification regarding that, our experience, we are planning to put up a paper on that. And then the second one is a paper which we have already discussed. I mean, the Japan, Japan, along with Japan, they are proposing a paper for the sustainable biofuels. That is number 2. And number 3 is towards EEDI. That is, we are planning to propose an amendment for EEDI. That will be taken care of EXI as well. So that is a present planning which we have done. Sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very heartening to note that the work has already started and you have plans to present a couple of papers this time. So wish you all the best. Yeah.
If I just can sum up, I think it's really heartening to see the efforts and initiatives taken by DigiShipping, especially Mr. Sukumaran, Mr. Vikrant Rai driving the whole thing. And it's, see, pollution prevention, safety, they're all interlinked. And there is a huge amount of work which is required to be carried out. And hearty congratulations to DigiShipping and the entire fraternity. And I hope that we shall keep this momentum on. With that, I would like to end my submission. Thank you.
I think if the audience have any questions, you please keep with you. At the end of our panel discussions, we'll take them on and then we'll see if time permitting, we can answer them. So thank you so much, sir. May I invite the panelists for the second session, which is on ballast water management. Will I invite Mr. Rajiv Nair, Chairman, Navi Mumbai Chapter, Mr. Mahesh Subramaniam, Anglo-Eastern Shipping, and Mr. Kashyap, Sanmar Shipping, Chennai. At the outset, compliments to the ballast water team for presenting 5 papers this time. I think this was a record number of papers presented by this group. So please give them a hand. Very nice presentation. So let us start this. I must compliment Ki. This convention, though came into force from 2017, has seen a lot of ups and downs and a lot of comments. And those comments are still continuing because a lot of, I wouldn't say problem issues are rising, particularly the water availability and ballast water system and not working at all. So I will take them one by one, the question. At the outset, regulation B2 or the convention requires that the ship shall have on board a ballast water record book. Believe current entries were found inadequate with problems during PSC inspection. Can you enumerate proposals, outcome, and what are the basic problems which were encountered? Because there have been a lot of detention by port state inspection because they found the record books were not updated or maintained properly. Though I know few issues which because of detention, but what is the proposal now and how you want to address those?
Thank you, sir. So the question was about the ballast water record book, which was formulated in the year 2004 when the convention was being introduced. And at that time, it was predominantly D1 or ballast water exchange. And the way the ballast water record book was formulated did not consider the wide types or varieties of ballast water plants which will enter into the market, the type of operations which are required to be undertaken to be compliant. And certainly it was quite far away from dealing with any of the challenges that we now call as port with challenging water qualities. So it was left to the interpretation of the ship staff. The two issues, one is the ballast water record book in terms of the codes was extremely, I would say, not sufficient. And second is it was left to a huge amount of interpretation by the ship staff, which also led to the interpretation from the port state control. So much so that 95% of the Paris MOU deficiencies are only with respect to ballast water record book entries. So that triggered the reason why we submitted our first paper, which was an MEPC 78. As a part of the experience building phase, we proposed a revision of the ballast water record book and followed that up in MEPC 79 with a format of the ballast water record book. So
what are the major changes which are being recommended?
So the changes that we have done is we have aligned a ballast record book into a oil record book format, which is in a code and item number. And when we proposed the ballast water record book in MEPC 79, we also proposed the guidance, because without the guidance, there was again a lot amount of, I would say, doubts on why do we need this. The moment we had the code item number along with the guidance put across, the code and item numbers was accepted, and it is now ready for adoption in MEPC 780. So now the guidance part of it is to be developed by us and submitted at MEPC 80.
What I assume then, India has proposed some guidelines also regarding this ballast water.
Yes,
and
sir.
I also understand that India has proposed electronic media for guideline. Can you elaborate on that? What is?
Okay, basically, once the codes and all have been accepted, the guidelines which we submitted, now we have to sort of modify it to be as whatever has been changed, amended in the form which has gone for adoption. So that is what work we'll be doing now to answer the first part of your question, which will form the guidelines. Also, if you look at the way presently electronic record books are there, they do not cover ballast water convention. It is under MEPC, rather it is part 1, part 2, part 5 and part 6, which are covered for electronic record books. And so once we do the ballast water record book, obviously electronic ballast water record books will come into place. And so it was felt essential that similar provisions in the convention be adopted to facilitate the electronic record books. And that is the proposal in 2 of our papers, which because of paucity of time could not be taken up, will be taken up at MEPC 80.
Rajiv, continuing to that, there have been issues related to treated water and untreated water. Can you say how these will be handled in ballast water management or while recording? Treated water and untreated water.
You want to treated water, untreated water in terms of recording?
How will record
Yes.
the water which was discharged was treated water or untreated or?
So basically the way now, like you've seen in oil record book, whenever something happens where you are not able to comply, you have a provision. Similarly, those provisions have been built up in a structured fashion in the way the codes have been assigned and which will go for adoption at the next MEPC. So there will be proper areas where this will be covered.
Now some ports are also talking about salinity of water. This was never there earlier. So now every time new things coming up, how the industry will cope up with this?
Actually, this is what is, I think you're referring to the ports with the challenging water quality. Because there have been a lot of instances which have got reported on the issue with the ballast systems not able to cope up with the quality of water, because one issue is turbidity. You could also have issues like that coming up in places where there is ice water because of ice slush when it comes in. Effectively, what happens is the system trips. It's not able to treat. What do you do in that circumstance? And that is what exactly is the issue which is coming with ports with challenging water quality, that if at that instance your cargo operations are going on, you have to take ballast or deballast, and if your system doesn't work, you are stuck in a position. So you have to bypass the system. Now that becomes untreated water. The moment that untreated water goes into a tank, then the issue starts, because at the next port, when you're supposed to discharge that water, your tank is contaminated with untreated water. So
Rajiv,
that's the actual issue.
You took a word challenging water. This itself is a big issue. I mean, not only now, for years. What is a challenging water? And for ship operators, the master chief engineer, to respond or take note of the challenging water is a major issue, because how you say it's a challenging water, and if a tanker is there and it has to load cargo, he want to discharge ballast, and challenging water becomes an issue. What is the, I still not certain what you call a challenging water.
Okay, I think today we don't have a definition of challenging water, but we have more or less reached a stage where issue is recognized.
Is it salinity? As
No, there's nothing which is defined. It possibly will come to a stage where certain parameters which will be led to the design of the equipment, which go beyond the design aspect of the equipment. When those are encountered, that will be recognized as a challenging water. And in that case, what is sort of emerging as more or less the way forward is that you would be allowed to do ballast water exchange plus ballast water treatment to be able to come back to a normal situation. But this is assuming it goes in the direction we are envisaging it to go forward. And this would continue to be worked upon at MEPC 80. But most likely, these will be the criteria that design parameters would become the benchmark for seeing, so that it's not taken as that if you have actually an issue with your ballast water equipment, you are able to say it's challenging water. And because the moment that happens, you have to inform your flag state and do corrective action and require a visit at the next port of call to make sure it is done. Whereas when you encounter the challenging water, then that is not required. So that would be the differentiation which would come about.
I mean,
Yeah, just a couple of things. One is salinity is not going to be considered as a challenge for ballast water, but they are looking at the options of TRO and parameters that could cause a malfunction of the equipment without human violation. I mean, it is not because of a human machinery failure can be considered as a water which causes machinery failure could be identified as ports with challenging water. So there is a debate on when do you decide that the machine has failed or the equipment has failed or the system has failed. We have countered a couple of times saying that we cannot allow the machine to fail, I mean the equipment to fail before we decide it is challenging water. We should be able to be given parameters where the design parameters which Rajiv mentioned would probably form a base, but this is a debate that is still going on. We should get some clarity to bring in a little more sense into that nonsensical regulation. Thank you.
Kashyap, I am aware this not only challenging water, the failure of ballast water system itself has been a major issue for ship owners, particularly when they're going for loading and discharge operations. I have come across vessels which have gone to load a tanker, and before taking any oil on board, they want to discharge ballast, and they found their system has failed. And that time, there no adequate answer was given. There were no shore reception facility there. So that has been a major issue which ship owners are still suffering. Can you elaborate? What are the options now?
I should not use the word nonsensical. Honestly, that's a wrong thing. It is a regulation that still has significant amount of challenges that need to be addressed. It was envisaged that we would need this ballast water convention to prevent the migration of organisms. So we seem to have achieved part of it, but there is a lot of challenges because we did not look at these ports with high turbidity and things like that, which maybe as the equipment become better, it will become less challenging. But till such time, to ensure that this convention starts working, we have to find a definition for ports with challenging water.
Hello. I'll just add one thing, sir. The discussions regarding port with challenging water took place in the informal session, so it's not a part of the MEPC output. And there are two main discussions. One is like you mentioned, definition of port with challenging water qualities, that has been more or less defined. And we had a couple of interventions over there because a lot of this was going towards the new type of approved plant, which is as per MEPC 372, which have got system design limitation. And we stated on record that 50 plants have been approved as per MEPC 372. None of them have TSS as an SDL. So that statistics was put across, and this has now been referred to the convention review plan on rather the guidelines for type approval, which was made into a code. There's no change in this particular parameter. It was still 50 ppm. So this has been now identified, and in the CRP, that is convention review plan, the ballast water management code, that is MEPC 372, will be amended. That has been agreed upon. However, by the time the amendment takes place, 95% of the ships will already have a plant fitted and operational, which will continue to face the problem that you just mentioned. So the question, okay, while you people decide on how to make new plants more efficient, the discussion that is more urgent is how to make existing plants. We got MEPC 17458 plant, one MEPC 372 plants, which constitute 95% of the market. How do you make them run? And there are 2-3, I would say, changes that are going to take place in the convention review plan. One of them is when you're looking at exchange, the present convention regulation reads that the vessel need not deviate or delay from the intended voyage to carry out exchange. Now that clause is going to go off because vessels are no longer D1 compliant. And one of the major issues for D2 compliance is any discharge from the vessel has to be D2 compliant, which means if you bypass the plant and take in the port where you're having a problem, subsequently when you're trying to discharge, the water is going to be non-compliant. So convention has to allow and it has to change. So these are discussions which are gone to convention review plan, and I don't think it is going to happen in MEPC 80. But port with challenging water quality guidance is where the focus is on. What to do in case a plant fails. And what has been clearly defined is the failure of a plant due to water versus failure of plant due to plant malfunction. That needs to be differentiated. That's all.
Anyway, thank you, Mahesh. I am only surprised what you said, that problems are still persisting with the ballast water system, though convention was formed way back in 2004, though it came into force in 2017, but the industry and ship owners are still facing. So let us see what comes out, particularly including not only the challenging water, but about the record books also. So I will move to the next question, which is equally important, and I believe it is being discussed also, and has got a lot of concern, is the temporary storage of treated sewage and grey water in ballast tanks. How you look into that? Can you briefly explain the issue, as we understand that there is a history of such storage and why it is suddenly cropped up again? What views have been presented by India, why its submission and the decision of the committee?
Okay, a bit of the background. I think the issue is lot many more coastal states are prohibiting the discharge of treated sewage or grey water into their waters, which is causing a problem to vessels, which is as per rules allowed, but because of local regulations, it has been stopped. So that now what does the ship do? So the ship obviously comes back to the administration asking for a dispensation to put into a ballast tank, which in most of the cases is off-peak, but there could be other cases also. So that was the initial point where it came from IX as asking first a fundamental question: is storage of treated sewage and grey water allowed in a ballast tank? That is how it came up in MEPC 78. MEPC 78 deliberated on it and could not give the clear-cut answer whether it was allowed or not. It was deferred to MEPC 79. This is something which we have worked along with Japan, and we had a submission on that, on the procedure to be followed, though IX had also given a procedure and we had given a paper on that in 78. So presently, as the situation stands at MEPC 79, it has been categorically stated it does not prohibit the usage of the ballast tank. So the path for giving permission for storage in a ballast tank is open officially as per the guidelines. Now, the guidelines to be adopted once you're doing such a thing, because now we are dealing with treated sewage and gray water. How do you discharge it? Once you put it in a ballast tank, what happens to the rate of discharge? Which pump do you use? Plus, what happens when you put it back into use as a ballast tank, especially considering the Ballast Water Convention? So those guidelines are something which further work has to go on. Preliminary papers have gone in, guidelines have been submitted by us also. Possibly some more work, at least now with this concrete thing, would happen in the future sessions. And these guidelines would also come out, how this is to be treated.
Rajiv, I mean, this is another issue which we can discuss in shadow committee as to transferring into the ballast tank your treated water, because I'm surprised the IX made no comment on this.
No, like IX has been also regularly following it up, but their first question has been that we are being asked to give permissions. And I think last MEPC, it was a categorical statement. Please advise us whether we can do such thing or not.
This
So
is
that
exactly
reply
I'm
has
saying.
come.
Is the IX, I mean, though IX is only a classification society, regulations, rules come from IM or flag administration. But I'm only wondering, IX should also have some comment using a ballast, classified tank as a ballast tank for other purposes.
You see, the way I see it, two aspects. One is for existing ships, one is for ships being under construction. What I do recollect of the previous IX submission, more aligned with under constructions where you could do the planning and all. But we also have to have a practical way out for those ships which are existing, and it may not be so simple to
That's what I'm saying. It will not be simple at all.
Correct.
You're using a ballast tank, you're using ballast pipelines.
So that's why we're giving the sort of guidelines which would apply in case of existing ships also, and would facilitate not only dealing with the MARPOL NX4, but also with Ballast Water Convention when it is put back into use with the ballast water tank. Incidentally, it has a lot of other complications also,
That is what I'm saying.
because
There's a lot of complications there.
you go into a river port where there is fresh water and you require your off peak for storing seawater for running your ballast treatment system. And then your off peak tank is not available for this. If you store it away somewhere away, your under keel policy is impacted. There are a lot of complications.
That's what I said. There are a lot of complications, and I'm sure IX will have some view on this. Anyway, I think this will be still going on at IMO as well. I have one more question going back to challenging water. I've been told that there are some ports in the world whose water is perpetually challenging. I mean, how you deal with that?
Actually, there is a paper submitted by Intertanko, I think at the last MEPC, where 76, where they have listed the ports which their members have reported. Couple of Indian ports, Thames River ports. Generally, I think Houston, those have been named as ports where there is a persistent, and mostly I think it does relate to sediment flow in river ports, and also sometimes it's seasonal. You could be having, let's say, dams releasing water which has got a high level of silt, so you would possibly find such a thing post rainy season or something. So lot of variations, but nobody, I think the clear direction we are going in is define what is challenging water. Port will become immaterial after that.
I was about to say the same thing. Your problems are compounding. Challenging itself was a word which was still not clear or undefined rather. And now you have ports which have been said to be having challenging water.
So, so besides the aspect of looking at the design parameters, we are also proposing that you look at historical data, so that it doesn't become that we have to keep going to the same port where we know there is a challenging water and run the equipment to failure mode to prove that it is challenging water.
I just wanted to add, see, if any port with challenging water, and if you have taken, let's say, after stopping your ballast water treatment system, you have taken the ballast, then what is allowed it, you have to do first ballast water exchange. means you go away from the port, and when you are 200 nautical miles and depth is 200 meter, that time you carry out ballast water exchange, and then you can continue with the passage. And when you are going to, let's say, another port, while discharging, you have to use ballast water treatment. So that is the way currently, which is told to deal with the ballast water system having challenging water.
Anyway, Mr.
Sir,
Mishra, I mean, this is what we have been discussing with class also.
Yes, sir. Like what Mishra sir said, that is one of the proposals. So the whole plan is being divided into when to do it, who will decide when, what to be done, what procedure, what to do, and finally the port of call. So there are multiple players involved, and what Mishra just sir was saying, it is one of the proposal. Some people have agreed to 200 nautical mile with the concept not in my backyard, but there are other challenges. For example, the vessel may be coasting. So is there any alternate? So the basic, there are two very important output of, if you look at the WP6, the first point is that any operation that is being proposed should also take the holistic view of the overall energy efficiency of the ship also. Because one of the reasons why this topic came up is because there was a proposal that if the flow rate starts to drop because of the filter clogging, you need to continue running the plant till the plant trips, which can be as low as 15%, which means you continue running the plant at 15% loading, whereas your discharging of cargo is still taking place at 100%. So if you are doing that, this was put up by a couple of member states, for which the counter argument was, you cannot bypass a plant which is still running at 15% because that is a commercial decision. So this was the intervention made by India, telling that this is not a commercial decision. This affects the energy efficiency, because if a ship spends more time in a port, its energy efficiency is one thing, but what about the ships who are waiting in the anchorage? So the overall
Yes,
port
yes, you are
efficiency
right.
is going off.
As I said, problems are compounding.
Compounding, yes.
Apart from ballast water, now you have CIA coming into play.
Yes.
And what Mishra has suggested to go out to 100 nautical miles,
Yes.
come back to 100 nautical
That's again a
miles,
CI related, because your vessel is
400
required to
nautical miles
deviate
are
now.
added to your CII without any constructive transportation. So problems are multiple. And I think MEPC will have to deliberate it very closely. And that is why we said, okay, what are the correction factors? I will come into when we talk about GHG emissions on that, about correction factors. Anyway,
Sir,
I think we are running short of time.
Sir,
Can I have your last question to you? Okay, what are your proposal of your team to take up issues on the subject at MEPC 80 and plans to submit paper? And my compliments again for this time putting up 5 papers, which is a record number of papers on a particular topic. So compliments to your team.
One, of course, we are committed to putting up the guidelines for the ballast water record book. Our 2 pending papers of electronic record book would be also taken up. And most likely, again, with Japan, we'll be working on this treated sewage and grey water.
I think treated sewage is issue very, pertinent, and it should be taken up. And I hope you take opinion of IX also on this.
No, I think that they have identified it, that it is a potential problem, and they will work on the guidelines on what is to be done. So it is already identified that we give you guidelines that you can store it in the ballast water, whatever it is. So I don't think there'll be a bigger this thing. The challenge will be only try to tell the ports that if it is treated water, you can discharge.
Anyway,
I
before
think
we
that's
conclude,
what has
would
to
you
be
like
done.
to add something to what we already said? And thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, come.
This port with challenging water quality, I am a part of your group only. Anyhow, port with challenging water quality has been defined, more or less defined. Is it really defined? If it's not defined, I heard like that. It's more or less, and that is one thing. If you are defining it, you're not in defined, because turbidity TSA is very important. Now TSA is not in SDL. That is what been. So if it's not in SDL, how do you define? I mean, what is the limit of TSS value if you are defining a port to challenging water?
I think
that's the major point.
I think it will be a combination of historical data which will finally come into play. along with your performance of the equipment, possibly a middle path on accepting a certain percentage that if it reaches that level would possibly come out as a solution. Yeah, that's right.
Also, one more thing, the challenging water, what is for one particular equipment may not be challenging for another piece of equipment. So you have to define challenging water with respect to each equipment, which is each type of equipment.
I think that is one of the reasons why India is collecting data on what are the type of failures and what is it related to, probably just to make a more informed decision.
And sir, that is exactly the reason what Rai sir was asking. Will a port be named as a challenge? It cannot be named as a challenge because at a given port, some plant may work, some plant may not work. However, electrochlorination plant cannot claim salinity as a reason of non-compliance, where they took a path of not putting what you call freshwater approach. So salinity is no longer considered. That is clarified.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you. Can I call Mr. Girish and Mr. C. Gopi Krishna? I mean, you have to give a presentation now on amendments.
This one.
Thank you for your patience. My name is Girish, and I have with me Mr. Gopi Krishna. We'll be just briefly introducing what are the mandatory instruments which have been adopted this time at MEPC 79. Also, we will cover briefly about some of the changes to the guidelines for EEDI. So the first item is on the Annex 5 Regulation 10, placards, garbage management plans, and garbage record keeping. So as we have earlier presenters have mentioned, we have already, this has been brought down to 100 GT. The requirement for garbage record book has been brought down to 100 GT from 400 GT. Earlier, only garbage management plan was required at 100 GT. Now even record book is also required. And this is effective from 1st of May 2024. And there is a consequential amendment to this in case there is an accidental discharge or safety related discharge of a garbage of vessel of less than 100 GT, then you have to write in the official logbook. More than 100 GT, you'll have to write in the garbage record book. So that is a consequential amendment due to the change in the GT. And the second item is the bunker delivery note. We have to give the flash point value in the bunker delivery note. This regulation was brought because there has been a lot of bunkers which have been found that they are even less than 60 when they have been tested later on. So in the BDN, it should specify what will be the flash point value, and a margin has been kept. Normally 60 degree is a requirement, but a margin has been kept in case it is going above 70. Then we need not give the value, but we need not. We can just mention that it is. A statement can be given that it has been measured at or above 70 degree, so that we are sure that it will not be below 60. So it no need to determine if it is going beyond 70 degree. This also is coming into effect from 1st of May 2024. And the same changes have been made in Solar Chapter 2.2 by MSc 106. Of course, while discussing this, a lot of other points have come up which requires future work. One is that the low flash point fuels are not, actually it's not applicable to low flash point fuels, because the purpose of this regulation is for 60 degree flash point fuel and not for low flash point fuel. So if you have a low flash point fuel, you don't have to, this BDN may not be sufficient to give all those data. So probably future we have to work on the BDNs for such fuels. And then we also have another problem that there is no definition of flash point in MARPOL, whereas SOLAS has got a definition that also has to be addressed in future. Now coming to the next item is MARPOL Annex 6 Appendix 9, information to be submitted to the IMO ship fuel oil consumption database. Here, a lot of additional information is to be submitted in the database now as a result of the coming in of the CII regulations. So the new items which have been added are, one is applicable CII, whether it is AER based or CG dist based. That means whether it is a displacement dead weight based or a tonnage based. Then the attained EEXI value, required annual operational CII, then the attained annual operational CII value before or after any correction. Then the operational carbon intensity rating, A, B, C, D, and E, whichever is a rating given to the ship. These are the mandatory items to be filled up. And there are certain voluntary items which have been introduced here. The purpose is that if you get such information, if it is collected later on, we will be able to maybe fine tune these requirements for a specific type of ship. For example, what is to be added on voluntary basis are, one is EPI. This is an energy efficiency performance index. Here it considers only the cargo voyages, laden voyages, and not the ballast voyages. Then CB dist, that is this is for passenger vessels where the number of berth is considered as the for the purpose of the work. And then in the case of RoRo ships, we have got a CL distance, and that is a lane meter, basically lane meter. Then the meters for the RoRo ships are lane meters are to be, the length of the lanes are to be used in this indicator. And the EEOI we already know, it's already an old indicator. So any of all these are to be reported as on a voluntary basis. So this also comes into force from 1st of May 2024. And but here, since it's coming into force on 1st of May, we have a problem that we will not have the full year's information with us. So there is a suggestion for early implementation. So if you early implement from 1st of January 2024, you will get full year's information. So for that, administrations may decide to go for early implementation of this requirement. Then next item is the change of the correction and the change in the IOPP certificate. This is a very minor change because in Form B, the title of Form B, some regulations are mentioned here, 18, 19, 20 onwards. This doesn't, this now it covers all the regulations which is part of this item 5. Earlier, all these numbers were, all the regulation numbers were not mentioned in the title. So now it is put in the title for clarity. This also comes into force from 1st of May 2024. The reception facilities. The changes were made to many of these annexes, Annex 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6, mainly to address the reception facilities. Earlier, these regional reception facilities, regional arrangements were accepted for small island developing states. Now for the Arctic states also, this has been introduced. because they may not be able to provide reception facilities in all the ports. You can have a regional arrangements. So that has been added, and they are supposed to inform the inform IMO so that all the parties of the convention will be informed about these facilities. This also comes into effect from 1st of May 2014. 24. And then we have got agenda item 3. Of course, there is a connected requirement is the guidelines for development of a regional reception facilities plan. It is connected with the previous one, that is the reception facilities. So there has been some changes made to these guidelines also to address this aspect that the Arctic states have been considered, Arctic ports can be considered for the purpose of regional reception facilities. There are certain challenges to such ports are not able to provide the port reception facilities in all seasons, and because of icing and other problems. Now, one of the major changes amendment this time is the Mediterranean Sea emission control area for sulfur oxides and particulate matter, because the new emission control area has been defined, and it covers the entire Mediterranean and the coast of Europe, Africa, and Asia, and defined by the coordinates. So now, with this coming into force, we'll have to follow the ICA requirements of fuel oil in this Mediterranean area. Comes into force from 1st of May 2024, but normally we get a 1-year period of exemption. So the ships will have to comply with the requirements for fuel oil only from 1st of May 2025. So that was about the mandatory instruments, what has been adopted by this. It was discussed at the working group and the drafting group. There are a few items which I would like to indicate on the interpretations of Annex 6. Even though some of the energy efficiency the group had already discussed some of the items, so we'll just go fast into that. One is drop-in fuels. Okay, the synthetic drop-in fuels, we already discussed this matter. Then we already have the boil off gases. Boil off gases also we discussed in the previous discussion. Then reporting of required and attained EEDI. There is a requirement to report it by the administration or RO to IMO. So depending on the type of ship and the situation, whether any major conversion has taken place or not, a detailed interpretation has been prepared. So which will give you when it has to be reported. Normally it is 7 months after the survey completion date, or 7 months after 1st of April 2022 if the survey has been done before that. Yeah, then in the statement of compliance, we already talked about that. This point was covered in the previous session. Similarly, the the 3-year implementation plan of this SEAM part 3, this also was briefly touched upon. So there are a few types of few cases, like if you have when a vessel is delivered in 2023, supposing it is delivered after October, then okay, you don't have to consider whatever rating is coming out of that 3 months period. Then the next year will be taken as the first year. And when a ship is changing company or administration or both, after 1st of January 2023, a new SEAM 3 will be required. And the year of change will be taken as the year in which the changes, the first year will be the year in which the change has taken place. Yeah, this also we have covered in the previous discussion, because if you have got, we don't have to address that. Then something about the attained energy efficiency index EEDI guidelines. Some changes have been made in the guidelines. The first one is the 2018 guidelines have been amended and adopted as the 2022 guideline. The CF value for ethane has been added as 2.927. Earlier it was not mentioned. And there is a clarification on multiple load line certificates. When you have multiple load line certificates, it's clarified that we have to go by the maximum summer draft corresponding to that value, that deadweight has to be used. But there are some ships have been already been given, previously received multiple EEDI assessment based on various load lines, then it will still remain valid. But now onwards, it will not be given. It will be based on the maximum summer draft. And lastly, there has been a small amendment in the speed power trials, which is used for Energy Efficiency Design Index. So here, the ITTC, International Towing Tank Conference, they have got guideline recommended procedures for carrying out trials. So these trials have been, they have given various versions of these procedures, whichever is applicable at the time of the trials will have to be followed. So that's a minor clarification. It has come in the guidelines. I think that with that, we finish the brief introduction. Thank you.
So almost everything sir has covered and nothing has been left for me to discuss, because this has overlap from group 1 as well as group 3 as well. So I don't think we may have to say some more unless you have some question and answer that which will be addressed later in this session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. For the last session, can I invite our panelist, Mr. Ian Boats, Mr. P.K. Mishra, Mr. Rajiv Nair, and Mr. Kashyap. Sir, I think we are running short of time again, so my request would be to be again brief and to the points. Reduction of GHG emissions from ships has been one of the topics we have been discussing for last few years now. And I will just start with basic, if you can give some little introduction about what you mean by GHG emission and net zero or absolute zero, or even what is your idea about this emission targets to be settled.
Okay, thank you for that question. Greenhouse gas emission, it consists of CO2, carbon dioxide, then oxides of nitrogen, and ammonia, CH4. There are some more gases. There are total 7 gases as per Montreal Convention, which are considered as greenhouse gas. But for shipping, it's mainly these 3 gases which are being considered as greenhouse gases. So as of today, we are just measuring the CO2. We are not measuring the others. That is being now covered in life cycle assessment guideline. Now, with respect to your question, zero, as net.
Yeah, I said net zero, absolute zero, and zero.
Okay,
of course,
net,
lastly, climate neutrality also.
Net zero, all anthropogenic emission. That means emission, carbon emission, CO2 emission, because volcanic activities, those are natural. But because of human activities, the greenhouse gases that are being emitted, so that has to be controlled. And that's the whole purpose, to bring it down and make it, no more emission of that. Now to stop, every year, the world economy is emitting about 40 billion gigaton of CO2. So now you have to bring it down to nothing. It's not possible to do that, to have nothing. Actually, there is so much of carbon, we have to remove it. So when you balance what you're adding and what you remove, and how do you remove? Some of the removal is by planting trees. That's a deforestation. You can remove, and also you can have machines. These machines are now being developed, and we expect our children and grandchildren to have very high efficient machines, which will suck out the greenhouse gases and sequester it or put it into use, like you heard about the carbon capture and storage. So that is net zero. So net zero gives you a cushion. If you say, I am going to be zero emission, that means you are not going to emit anything more, which is almost impossible to achieve because you just can't do it. So you have to keep that cushion that whatever excess I emit, I suck it out and put it back into use or sequester it. Thank you.
Yeah, anyway, coming on to the same thing before we proceed further, there have been terms which have used short-term, mid-term, and long-term measures. So, what are those periods? I would also like to know what is the targets for 2030, 2040, and 2050. I think GHG targets are subject to be revised now. Earlier, it was not 2050, but now I think they want to attain zero by 2050. I mean, anyway,
Yeah.
targets in three terms: short term,
I'll
mid
cover
term, and
both.
long.
Yeah, I'll cover both. See, initial GHG strategy was adopted in 2018 by MEPC resolution 30472. And that time, if you look, vision was there and the level of ambition was there. Then candidate measures, short-term, mid-term, and long-term measures were there. And then what will be the impact on states? And thereafter, like whatever supporting activity and barriers and other things were there. So, I mean, with respect to your question with the short-term, mid-term, and long-term, short-term period was there from 2018 to 2023. You know, for that, it was there like EEDI need to be strengthened. Then after that, EXI was introduced. SIM Part 3 was introduced. CII was introduced. And this has come, I mean, already in 1st November 2022, and any survey which is happening on ship after 1st January 2023, any IPP survey, these items will be checked. As far as basically midterm is considered, midterm is from 2023 to 2030. But even it has work is already initiated on midterm, and a lot of things will be finalized by 2025 or 2026. And midterm is like, you know, upkeep of low carbon fuel or zero carbon fuel. Then markets based measures are there, like cap and trade system is there, and then reward mechanism is there, and fuel standard is there, and then capacity building, etc. is also as a midterm measure. Long term measure, if you look at it, long term again is coming out with zero carbon fuel or alternate fuel, and then all those devices by which we can reduce the emission. That is long term. And as far as level of ambition and vision is considered, you know, initial vision was there to reduce the GHG emission by end of century. And with that, if you know, Marpol Annex 6, Chapter 4, Regulation 20, it talks about goal. And the initial strategy is there in the goal. And now level of ambition earlier was there like 40% basically reduction from the 2008 level by 2030. That has been, there are a lot of debate is going on to basically make it level of ambition more strengthened, you know, and various member state has various views, and the majority views wants to basically I mean, do away with emission by 2050, means net zero by 2050. But there are three basically line of thinking is there. One is like developing country, they are sticking to like reducing the emission by end of century. But there are one school of thought like between 2050 and end of century, but majority of member state, they want to make it, I mean, basically net zero by 2050.
Yeah, shipping is feasible by 2050. Any intermediate target discussed this time at MEPC?
Yes, the intermediate target means nothing has been finalized. Everything is in fluid state. But what is stated is 2030 targets, whatever was earlier 40%, people want to make it 50%. They want every basically reduction at every 5 years, you know, so that it has to be checked that we are on the same trajectory. And finally bringing it to net zero or absolute zero by 2050. But that also has not been decided.
Not been
as yet.
decided.
No. It
So
is on
carbon
fluid state, and
intensity,
it will be decided during, I mean, there are two more session of ISW GHG is there, that is ISW GHG 14 and ISW GHG 15. And finally, this will deliberation will happen in 14 and 15, and final revised strategy will be adopted in during MEPC 80.
80 or 81, yeah.
80, MEPC 80.
Yeah, as is a carbon intensity indicator we have discussed in previous our MEPC review. I will skip that now. I would also like to today take up what is the life cycle emission and proposal to phase that out by 2050. Life cycle emissions.
Okay, just to explain the concept, today the CO2 emission from shipping
is being considered on the basis of fuel burnt on the ship. I mean, when you are burning in the boiler or engine or main engine, or whatever CO2 is coming out, that is considered as the CO2 emission. That's the GHG load. But it is being found that the alternative fuels, low carbon, zero carbon fuels that are eventually replace the fossil fuel, this is not a good way of measuring the carbon footprint of a ship, of a fuel. For example, hydrogen, it doesn't have any carbon. That hydrogen, if you burn it in the ship, there's not going to be any carbon emission. But today, nitrogen is used to produce hydrogen, and that is used using power from coal power plant or oil power plant. So you are using actually fossil fuel to make hydrogen, and it has got a bigger environmental impact than the traditional diesel oil or heavy fuel oil, whatever we are using now. Because to make that hydrogen, you are using a lot of power, a lot of CO2 is going out. So this is not, so we have to consider the fuel's carbon footprint on the basis of life cycle. That means from drilling to processing to transporting to burning, a full life cycle. So this is why this concept has come, and this guideline is being now developed, and which will give us also, we are only considering CO2 emission, nothing else. For LNG ships, CO2 comes out, also a lot of unburned LNG goes out into the atmosphere, and that's carbon footprint is much more than diesel and other fuels. So it has got an, so all these, the fuels will be judged better when we take it on a life cycle basis. And this guideline is being developed, and we expect that this guideline, the first version, will be adopted, finalized by MEPC 80. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bose. I again come back to the whole thing that our emission by shipping is below 3%. Still, we have a lot of challenges to face and plan out our strategies for future. Now, I would like to know what Mr. Vikrant Rai has suggested, that there was a paper presented by India this time that 5% of total energy used on board ships to be from alternative sources by 2050. I mean, India submitted a paper on that, and I believe this was very widely accepted and appreciated at IMO. So any comment on how it will take shape in future?
You see, the background behind this paper is that the studies show you'll follow a S curve. Now, you could have your 2050 vision, you could have 2040 vision, you could build up onto that, but our viewpoint is that you require at some stage to say, yes, are we reaching there? And that was the philosophy behind this paper, that to achieve this, like 2050, we may come up with a figure of net zero tomorrow, politics or whatever may dictate that, or it may be 2060 or 2070. But whatever path is followed, you must have a check. And one of the basic checks we wanted to do was what we put across in this paper, that if we are able to achieve this, then yes, you are on the path, and then your revised ambitions are something which are achievable. And that is why it was also acknowledged that this is a good way, because just putting some figure for 2050 and not really checking where you are 5 years down the line, and you are like, don't follow the curve, you're not going to be there.
No, anyway, my compliments again to the Indian team for the proposal, which was so widely accepted. I think it a thunderous applause also for this proposal. Okay, this is achievable, and we should work on this in more details. So compliments to India. One issue which I have been talking about several of our discussions is correction factor. I believe nothing was discussed this time at IMO, or was it? I didn't see in any of the deliberation. I mean, correction factors, particularly vessels on ballast, vessel waiting at anchorages, and
yeah, the
vessel waiting in
CII
ports.
itself, the metric CII itself is half baked. So we will learn about it in 2026 when there is going to be a review on that. So yes, these correction factors were discussed, deliberated, but nobody is willing to accept it just now. But one positive point that came out of it is that we are adding some more data to the IMO DCS, which will give us some more inputs to demonstrate that the CII needs a review and an improvement, and the metric which is being used now is not absolutely right. So at that point of time, I think all these corrective factors, everything will be addressed either through more available data or change of the entire mechanism by which CII is calculated.
Yeah, Kashyap, you coming from a shipping company, and as I said on this topic, I had a lot of interaction with industry at large. They say correction factor is a must, particularly for while ships are in operation. Like I just said, waiting at ports, waiting in anchorage, your tank cleaning operation, and particularly on product tankers, every time you change cargo. I mean, consideration must be given to these factors.
Yes, sir. Just to put a little perspective to it, the entire short-term measures were driven by an urgency. There is a lot more to it that goes, because if you look at it, that the initial strategy which was identified the need for an impact assessment, which was also driven abruptly. And so what you say is absolutely right. CII's correction factors for conditions which are beyond the control of a ship operator have to be considered. For example, bad weather. For example, I come to a port and there is a congestion in the port and I'm not able to berth. But I think these were not all envisaged at the time when CII was
This is
put
what
in
I'm
place.
saying. When we are deliberating on this at IMO, I'm sure not only you, but other delegations will also take those topics.
Yes, but actually nobody wanted to take it further because Mr. Sukumaran had also mentioned that there is some type of a gap.
Yeah, just to
Yes.
clarify, I mean, we were all involved. Some of us were
Plenty.
involved in the correspondence group when these were developed. And we knew that this is going to happen because the metrics we were using, CII, is just taking the two factors, dead weight of the vessel and how much nautical mile it has sailed. And the third factor was how much fuel it is consumed. Because the data that IMO was collecting was only these three data since 2019. So to measure anything, you need a baseline. So we could make a baseline with only these three parameters. We didn't have anything more. So, and then we were developing this. When these issues of bad weather and port waiting time correction factor came up, then the question was majority of the countries were asking, if we exempt so much of fuel, how much exemption are we giving? How many million tons? How are we exempting too much fuel? Is it going to be ultimately there is no result of CII regulation and climate change is, I mean, it's still going on. So let us collect more data. Let us be more aware. And on that basis, we will have correction factors after 2 years. So, and then everybody agreed to that, okay, trial period. And mind it, during this time, no detention of vessels if a vessel doesn't comply. That was the main thing which was introduced, that we are going for a, I mean, it's just trying. We don't know how good
But it will be counted for your CI rating A, B, C, D, E.
It will be counted, sir, but you will not be penalized. You will have to propose how you intend to improve. Because till 2026, when there will be a review, like Mr. Bose said, there will be a lot of changes coming in because there is so much of gap between the CII rating presently being reviewed and what is envisaged.
And I will just, before I go further, then one more news wording came about your corridors, green corridors. This was again something new developed, and I now know that Australia and Japan, there is already a green corridor and transportation of their bulk cargoes, particularly your raw materials, etc., is through green corridor. What is the status of that green corridor at IMO?
Okay. So this concept, see, I will suggest to you because you were there in the working group.
Okay, the concept of green corridor is the zero carbon in a particular sector where they could identify it. Probably they felt that it could be used in a liner service where you're going to bunker green fuel at this point and move to another point B, where again there is a green fuel available, so that the entire voyage is considered green. But there is a lot more involved in green corridor, where the port itself should have activities which are green. The concept which was identified was only for the journey part of it initially. But as the definitions come out from various angles, one is whether you are going to consider the port itself, port also to be green. And if you are going to consider the port to be green, is it going to be only the ship-shore interface, or including the port operations which are to be green? So there is an expanding definition of green corridors. So this discussion came up, and it was met with a little resistance, because it should not become mandatory that a ship that is otherwise compliant with all other regulations is prevented from going there just because it is not able to burn green fuel, or it could be compliant with CII. But again, if it is using biofuels, it would not be useful there, though it is doing very good on the green fuel, on the CII rating, because this concept was there. So finally, what happened during MEPC was there was a voluntary resolution that was agreed on, that countries can among themselves decide and bring in a green corridor concept, but it was met with resistance.
But
Countries,
even,
you mean?
just I'll add on him. Yeah. See, as an additional level of ambition, it has been by few member states, it has been stated that there has to be X number of green corridors by 2030. And then it was further stated that all major sea route, they should have a green corridor by 2035. And even few members has suggested that by 2040, there will be total decarbonization for the green corridors. So this is also as an additional level of ambition, which is part of the document, which will be debated.
This was not accepted. Resisted.
Apparently, developing countries like us cannot accept all these.
Yeah, but it is part of the discussion which will be deliberated.
I'm sure Indian delegation will take up suitably at MEPC.
I think it will go ahead on a voluntary basis, but as long as it doesn't bring about trade restrictions, and like what Mr. Kashyap said, does not discriminate compliant ships, on voluntary basis, there's something which would proceed further.
Anyway, there are some more technical questions, but I think I will skip that and come back to one of the very important topic which is pending, and which our Director General of Shipping also raised, about economics and finances. So that is market-based measures and forming of research and development fund and economic incentive to decarbonize and provide revenue to support least developed countries, LDCs, and small island developing countries. I know our delegation leader, Sisu Kumaran, has very strong views, and he has always supported that this has to be in line with what has been agreed at Paris Agreement under CBDR and even at COP26 and COP27. But was anything further taken up this time at MEPC? Market-based measures or?
No, as of now, there was only a discussion on what should progress into being a midterm measure. The general view was that the effect of the short-term measures would actually drive the midterm and long-term measures. That was what the initial strategy was. But there was a push to see if we can get midterm measures accepted here. Among the midterm measures, they've identified a combination of uh, and strengthening the short-term measures like EDI, EXI, SEAMP and other things. And then also strengthening, pushing for the voluntary measures like the National Action Plan individually so that they will contribute. And then they brought in what is called the midterm measures, where there were a couple of submissions on GHG fuel standards as a technical standard and market-based measures as a revenue generating mechanism. The GFS standard is basically saying that they will limit the amount of carbon that is there in the fuel that can be burnt and keep on strengthening it. At which point, I think what Mr. Bose was saying about LCA will come into picture. Unless we know what is the amount of LCA that needs to come in, GFS may not work immediately. Coming into market-based measures, originally it was thought that it will be a funding mechanism. They have given three options. One is it should be a funding mechanism where it will incentivize first movers, and it will also try to encourage people who have not yet moved into it. That encouragement could be by way of penalizing, so that indirectly incentivizing the first movers and penalizing the people who are lagging behind. This they call the reward and funding and rewarding mechanism. The second mechanism they have is the cap and trade, where they said they will cap the amount of CO2 that can be emitted by a player, and anything if he gains by emitting less than that, he will be able to sell it to another person who is emitting a little more, which was again proposed by this thing. It's like a share market trading, which possibly will be a very difficult proposition to immediately comprehend. The third one, which looks quite favorable and possibly will become a market-based measure, is the GHG levy, which like when the previous discussions we heard, it could be anything from $2 per ton to $400 per ton, for which even India has contracted or looking at facilitating an impact assessment to see what should be a levy that will ensure that we are not adversely affected within our trade also. So that fund, what is collected per ton of fuel burnt, will be collected into that levy which is collected will be collected into a fund which is expected to be dispersed for R&D on within the sector. That is what we asked for, saying that it has to be done within the sector. That is for type of fuels, that can be used, or the port infrastructure which needs to be implemented, or things like that. And a part of it will be initiated into incentivizing ships that are planning to use it. So these are the three presently market-based measures that are on the table, which will be in combination with another technical measure to see how we can proceed further. But this is all under discussion as of now, because we made a strong pitch at that point that before you implement any market-based measure, being a developing country and not like our DG sir had said, not being responsible for the situation today, we should not face the brunt of shouldering the responsibility. The responsibility has to be done by the people who actually created this. So we have been saying this for quite some time.
We heard that India, even council meeting in assembly, has always said that the polluter who pays.
Yeah.
I remember even at COP26 as well as in Paris Agreement, India was one of the strongest advocate that it is the developed countries who have polluted, so they should take brunt of it. Not that we are walking away, but that is what it. And Mr. Bose, I have heard you number of times mentioning that BIMCO, International Chamber of Shipping, and all European countries are strongly in favor of market-based measures, and it is inevitable. Any change there?
See, it is inevitable. It is inevitable. No, it's, I mean, what is because today you are getting fuel oil for $600 a ton. And the hydrogen that will be coming, which Mukesh Ambani is saying, is first it will be $2 a kg. That means $2,000 a ton. So there is a price difference. There is going to be a price difference. Now, who pays for the difference? So the only way to bridge the gap is to have a market-based measure. You have a tax on the CO2 and start with a very low level and then gradually increase it, because there is just no alternative to that. How will you have an alternative fuel? I mean, it is like saying cheaper but better. I mean, you don't want to, so unless the alternative fuels price comes below the fossil fuel, I mean, you need something to bridge the price gap. How do you do that? And that's where one of the good point is that in India, being blessed with solar energy, we can make the hydrogen cheapest here. So get the market here. And
Hydrogen
export
mission
it.
is
So
already
that's
working.
the solar mission that's government of India is trying for.
Hydrogen mission is already on work.
But
I believe Indian Railways are already started planning on hydrogen now.
end of next year, one train they are planning on hydrogen cells. But that's where the issue is. It has to be commercially examined by people who are experts in it, because there are two ways to do it. You can bring the cost of alternate fuel down, or you could bring the cost of fossil fuel up. Now, if you bring the cost of alternate fuel down, that is what I think yesterday's paper or something, and along with hydrogen, they are totally opposed to subsidies on green hydrogen, because that would impact Indian green hydrogen. So it will not remain a pure marine related issue. It will be a national issue, and it will have to be looked at by experts who would look at the impact of any of these measures. And I think that is the direction, along with the Center of Excellence, which is being looked at right now.
Rajiv, I must say that there is a lot of other opinion in the market, but not only on shipping, elsewhere, that we all are talking all theoretical about alternative fuels, etc. But on ground level, nothing is precipitating. Nothing is in line apart from having like biofuels or methanol or something like this. But there is no actual find as yet of any substituting alternative fuel availability.
So you must appreciate one thing, sir. Marine is responsible for a certain segment. But when you look at, let's say tomorrow you have solar power generation. At a national level, what will you look at? When you convert solar power into hydrogen, then you will convert hydrogen into hydrogen cell usage, you're going to spend something. Or do you use that solar power to replace your national grid? There will be many such questions which will be beyond the scope of a pure maritime industry. They would require national level integration and thought process. So for somebody to say that marine can come on its own with a solution, that would not be a way forward possibly.
On that, at least I am happy that what CS sir, Mr. Sukumaran has said, they are already in touch with other ministries. I also participate in one Ministry of Petroleum, Commerce, Trade, and overall your renewable energy ministry. So that's a good sign, because I personally feel that shipping should not be made to feel as if you're isolated. As I already always say, our emission is only 3% or below that. While what about other 97%?
I'm sorry, I'm just butting in because see, just a very small information. See, a 30,000 light ship weight or steel weight, 1 ton of steel emits 1.5 tons of CO2 during the construction, minimum. It can be 1.8 tons, 2 tons. So a 30,000 tons ship just by the sheer value of the steel, would emit 60,000 tons of CO2 during the construction phase. We are right now concentrating only on the shipping aspect, the operational aspect. If we see the entire life cycle, there's a huge amount of work to be done. So let's keep our focus on that.
That is a diplomatic answer, eh? You want to say something? Sir, I have nothing now. If anything you want to add or something. Thank you so much. Anyway, thank you so much for anyway, thank you, panelists, for a good job done. And it was very interesting interaction. But many things still to be taken up in future. Thank you.
What a wonderful sessions that we had. All the 4 sessions were very wonderful and very informative. And I must thank Mr. S.M. Rai for coordinating these sessions very well. And next session that we are going to have is question and answer session. So for that, I would like to invite Mr. Ayan Bose, Mr. Kashyap, and Mr. Rajiv Nair on stage. And as well as I would like to invite Mr. Sukumaran sir and Mr. Das Gupta on the stage for question and answer session.
Is there any specific question from the audience? Because we have received a lot of online questions, which we have given an email ID, and we will be putting it up on the website in a frequent FAQ section. If there is no specific, and we know we are quite a bit behind schedule, then we could sort of move on, because I think we have answered a lot of questions already during the discussion. Sir, you have a question, please, sir. Yes, sure.
Hi, my name is Apratim Singh. I'm from a company called Scorpio Marine. I deal in environment and energy in my team there. So I have my fingers in all the pies that was there. All the 4 panels were fantastic. I have a question on practically all of them, but I'll start with the ballast water issue, where I think one of the things that was being said that the port, the quality of water, of course, it will always come to that because we do suffer because of the quality of water of the port. So it was said that each equipment will have a separate identity of how it will define the water at the port. I personally differ on that because you can't, because then you will be, there will be somebody having an electrolysis system who will say that, why are you not allowing me and allowing the other guy? So I think the criteria would always be the port first. That you need to identify that.
You are absolutely right. You could even have a difference in berths, not only at a particular port by port name. You could have a case where at a particular berth, a particular ship has a problem. At the same berth, another ship with a different ship type doesn't have a problem. So these are the reasons why port with challenging water quality is still not defined. What exactly do you mean by that? And also ports do not want to get labeled as a port with challenging water quality. So these are realities. It is still under debate. One of the guidelines which will come, that is why we are focusing right now on, I think as far as MEPC philosophy is going, on developing the guidelines, what to do with if you land up with a situation. The only thing there is, when do you say that as I have encountered challenging water, that should be defined in some sort of way, which is convenient to ships, not putting the equipments into sort of a failure mode every time as far as practicable. So that is what the thought process is going on.
Yeah, thank you. My intent is, of course, India has done a fantastic job at the MEPC for ballast water, and their voice will be heard for ballast water related issues for sure. So if we put in a proposal that probably meets halfway the port as well as the owners, operators, it will be great. So
if you are like willing to contribute, we'll take your details, and
Thank
you
you.
could also
Yeah.
give your views on that, and we'll take it up in the shadow committee. No
I
problem.
for sure will. Mahesh is a year or two junior, and Mr. Rai is a year senior. So I for sure will put in. And anybody else has got one?
One question. I've got one question. So 2 years back, I was doing some study for regarding the same, because I was trying to get some exemptions. So I found it very difficult to get the quality of water, any report on water quality for any of the ports. It was very difficult to find that, okay, which port has what water quality. So is there any guidelines coming from IMO so that every port will define what quality of water she will have and what that port will have? And if the port is not going to define, then how the vessel will say that I am having an issue because of the water quality, because the port has not defined, and vessel on board will not have any measures to say that, okay, TDS is so much or turbidity is so much or this is so much. So vessel will not have that. So how that gap is going to be bridged? Is there anything being worked on?
Practically, you see, testing of ballast water is itself not a simple task, especially when your ballast water system is running. The volume of water which would come is a challenge. Second thing is, there's so many variations in a port. It is not going to be possible to have some sort of this thing. So I don't think there is any movement also in that. What is there? Guidelines would come, how to deal with it. And second thing would be a movement for equipment manufacturers to sort out the issue so that the equipment becomes reliable on all types of water, if that is physically possible or technically possible, rather than physically possible. So if ballast water was the one concern, then could we move on to
I've got one on scrubber too. Sorry. What is India's stand on scrubber effluent? Where do we stand? Is it in line with the MEPC, or we are against it or for it?
Scrubber discharge? Vikrant, you want to respond to that?
Sir, we are issued a circular where we have said that effluent scrubber discharge can be discharged in Indian ports. We are aware that some ports are creating problems, and we are coming out with a circular next week. So it will be resolved. I think you are asking in that context only. So I think I need to answer first further. Actually, there is a guidelines issued by IMO. If you have to stop discharge or you have to do something, then you have to follow that guidelines and do some risk assessment. So some ports are unilaterally stopping it. We are coming out with the circular.
So I hope with that, we could move on to one of the pleasant jobs. I'll hand it over to Tariq. Vikrant, you can stay also. Right.
Yes, if anyone has any questions in future as well, he can send his questions to the email ID gsc@inmarco.in, and we can look into these questions and we can try and answer them as well. So with this, I would like to invite with this, I would like to invite Sir Mr. Ajit Kumar Sukumaran sir on stage to give a summarization for today's event. Yeah.
For the moment.
Yeah. Okay. So I would like to invite all the panelists who have been here for the presentation of Mementos. So I would like to invite all the panelists on stage for the presentation of Mementos.
Mr. Bose, Mr. P.K. Mishra, Mr. Kashyap, Mr. Ajit Sukumaran, Mr. Gopi Krishna, Mr. Girish, Mr. Rai. Sir, you got a special one. Mahesh, Venkat, Mr. Das Gupta.
Your Rajiv sir is also required.
Yes.
And I would request Mr. Vijendra Jain to come and do the honors, please.
I would request Mr. V.K. Jain to present a memento to Sir Ajit Kumar Sukumaran sir. Yeah, I would request Mr. V.K. Jain sir to give memento to Mr. Ayan Bose. Yes, I request you to give present memento to Mr. Vikrant Rai. I would request Mr. P.K. Mishra sir to come forward to receive the memento. I would request Mr. Kashyap sir to come forward for the memento. I would request Mr. Das Gupta sir to come forward for the memento. I would request Mr. Gopi Krishna sir to come forward. I would request Mr. Girish sir to come forward to receive the memento. I would request Mr. Venkat sir to come center to receive the memento. Request Mr. Mahesh to come forward. I would request Mr. Rai to come forward for the memento.
Can I request Mr. Mishra to take Mr. Kavi's memento?
Okay. Request Mr. sir to take the memento on behalf of Mr. Kavi. Mr. Rajiv Nair, sir, to drive this presentation all the way. Uh, I would like to invite the Honorary Secretary of Navi Mumbai chapter of Mumbai branch, Ms. Archana Sangal, to give vote of thanks.
Good evening to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. As we come close to the end of this seminar on the outcome of MEPC 79, on the behalf of IMEI, I, Archana Saxena Sangal, feel privileged to deliver the vote of thanks to the August gathering here. We express our sincere thanks to our chief guest, DJ Shipping Shri Amitabh Kumar, who graced this event with his presence and released the Green Shipping Conclave report. Our special thanks to Shri Ajit Kumar Sukumaran sir for beautifully setting the tone of the seminar. We would also like to thank Mr. Vikrant Rai for giving a wonderful presentation on the outcome of MEPC 79. And we would also like to thank Mr. Ash Mohabbat for presenting the directorate perspective on MEPC 80 and beyond. We thank you, Mr. S.M. Roy, sir, for being an excellent moderator for our panel discussion. We also thank to all our panelists, Mr. J. Dasgupta, Mr. Venkatesh, Mr. Venkat, Mr. Devraj Kabi, Mr. C. Gopi Krishna, Mr. Rajiv Nair, Mr. Mahesh Subramaniam, Mr. C. P. K. Kashyap, Mr. N. Girish, Mr. C. Gopal Krishnan, Mr. I. N. Bose, Mr. P. K. Mishra for such an interactive and informative panel discussion. We would like to express our gratitude to the Chairman Managing Director of SCI, Captain B.K. Tyagi, for the consistent support by providing us the lovely venue for this event. Hereby, we express our thanks to MTI Coordinator, Mr. Deepak Dhuri, for all the support he has provided in arranging this event. We also thank MTI for presenting Guard of Honor for our esteemed guest, Chief Guest, Shri Amitabh Kumar. We would also like to thank all the members of MEPC 79 Shadow Committee. My sincere thanks to the members of Organizing Committee of IMEI, Chairman Navi Mumbai Chapter Shri Rajiv Nayyar sir, Head Technical Committee IMEI Mumbai Branch Mr. Sunil Kumar, Mr. Tariq Mullah, EC member of IMEI Navi Mumbai, Mr. Vinod Dhankar, EC member of IMEI Navi Mumbai, Mr. Mohan Pal Singh, member of IMEI Navi Mumbai chapter, Mr. Uma Shankar, member of IMEI Navi Mumbai chapter. We also express thanks to our media partners, Marex, Bhandakar Publication, CN Jobs, Sagar Sandesh, and Oceanix. Thank you, Prerna and team, for capturing all the moments of this event. I also express my gratitude to the entire support team, staff, Mr. Shetkar, Ms. Neeta, Mr. Yogesh, who worked tirelessly to make this event a huge success. Last but not least, my thanks to each one in the audience here, as well as all those who are attending this seminar remotely online. Have a great weekend. Jai Hind.